Hey everybody, how are you doing today? It is March 31st, 2026, and hope you're all doing really well. Alright, our audio is pretty good. So we're going to get the league going. 1.1 is here, and it's been quite a ride. It is a new adjustment for a lot of people, but I think it's been great. I haven't played much on it. I've only played at offline sessions on it. So for me, we'll see how it goes for me, but it's been going well so far. But I kind of expected that I would adjust to this patch okay. The main thing I've had trouble with has actually been the change to tech roll and quick rise, because there's a lot of times when I wanted to stay down and I accidentally quick rolled. And the problem is I wanted to stay down because I knew the opponent was going to do a meaty, and so I wanted them to whiff that. And so I ended up waking up into it and getting hit. so it's something I'm getting used to, but that's okay. I do think it's a quality of life change that helps more people than not, and I just have to get used to the patience for manual wake up, and then the timing. I think the timing is going to be more important than ever to get a quick wake up that's not a tech roll. And it's very possible, it's always been possible, but now it's just a little more tricky. And then after that, I need to develop new offline techniques that disguise the way I wake up. Ka, it's so good to see you. Hope you're doing really, really well. Hello to our friends in Hawaii. Love to have you. Hope you've been doing very, very well. And I miss our chats, miss the VF, but I'm glad to see you here. Is it true that evade is nerfed? Evade is not nerf. Evade canceling was nerfed. So evade canceling was nerfed because you used to be able to evade cancel with a dash. A failed evade would be able to be canceled earlier. Now it's later, and because of that, your failed evade window, where you're stuck and you're definitely in a failed evade, is a little longer. It's about 3 frames longer. It's quite significant. However, what I would say is that so this is hard for the people that relied heavily on an evade cancel flowchart, and some people did up close. Some people would think that I did a lot, but I kind of did a little different. I did use that, but I'm also mixing a lot of different techniques. And so what I recommend is using spacing more. Understanding that you're going to want to learn why you want to do, backdash evade still really good, but you do have to be more precise with your sidestepping now, because half circulars are going to work much better than they did, and even full circulars could have a better chance at hitting you if you try to sidestep, whereas before there were ways to really cut them off if they were too slow, or if you had enough if they didn't have enough advantage on you, you could still undermine their half circular mix-up game. That has been reduced quite a bit, and it is noticeable, especially for people that were really liked using ECDE at point blank range. If you use it more in a more measured way, it shouldn't be too bad, but this does mean half circulars are better. Half circular attacks have gotten better. You guys have heard me talk about the tempo triangle, the tempo rock paper scissors. That is a little skewed because now the delay attack is stronger because ECD has been weaker. And so ECD was what I call speed 2. Speed 1 was a delay attack where you do a crouch dash into attack really quick, barely a delay, and then buffer speed 0. And traditionally that rock paper scissors, this is when people forsake throwing and are doing lots of movement and attack, and they play a more Tekken-like timing game. Then this tempo triangle, now the delay attack is a bit stronger because the ECD, the speed 2, has gotten weaker. And so just more vulnerable to it. But that speed 2 still beats, it beats buffered attacks, it beats speed 0, and it still deals with people that are hesitating a lot. Though if they hesitate just a slight bit, maybe they can avoid getting hurt. So So that's it's a big change, but but honestly, it's mostly just the people that were using ECD maybe like a lot. For me, you want to use everything with precision anyways. Your goal is to be more accurate in general, and the ECD is an option select that like you were still supposed to try to aim for an actual evade or cutting off certain move lists, and so the cutting off certain move list part has gotten weaker. I hope that makes sense. I can show it on display later, but today we're gonna get the room going though, and we'll talk more about it as the room has begun. So now the code is 4565. The room is open, and this will be the first time I've played this online. I have only played 1.1 at locals or offline in Seattle on Saturday and and then last night at my locals. So, all right, Bushido's here, Move Quick's here, awesome, excellent. Now, I think I don't think it's a bad change, but I do think it's a change a lot of people have to get used to. I think heavyweight characters like Wolf benefit from this change because Wolf's half circular game was undermined by ECD, by the old ECD. The old ECD basically, if Wolf had +5 or less advantage, the opponent could ECD to his front, in which case if he did screw hook they would evade that, but if he did like his big drop kick, then they would actually be able to cancel and then standing guard in time against that. That makes up a lot harder now to avoid, and so now you kind of want to have the read if you're going to sidestep. This means that the heavyweight characters benefit this probably the most, but actually everyone does. Even Akira benefits from it. Now, that's another topic, which is in North America, since the Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown generation, represented by Setsuna and Paul 68 KDMD used to be like this, but I'm specifically going to talk about like Setsuna, of the new generation Diva, MF Diva, and then of another part of this more recent generation was also KNR. So these three, they liked using ECD a lot. So you guys would know this if you recognize how much they like to hit you from the side with standing palm, or in the case of Setsuna with the shoulder, because he was evade canceling. And basically, if you did something that wasn't going to directly hit that evade cancel, then he would crouch dash and he would probably do a shoulder. If he got a successful evade, he would probably hit you at your knees, right? And so he was treating this like an option select up close, and so this totally messes with that game. Like the evade cancel changes really kind of make it so that he's more likely to get hit by a half circular, and by even some of the not as fast ones. KNR loved evade canceling in your face. It's just like what he loves doing. He likes moving. And so he would do this, and basically if he got a successful evade, he'd like to do a standing palm, like force XP, and then he would do other options after that. But he loved the evade wars, and the evade wars are still there, but now you have to successfully evade like a lot, or they delayed, or that they just didn't hit you with a fast half circular that's going to knock you out of this thing, right? Now fast half circulars were already pretty strong against this, but now it's just harder for them to do this kind of game. Yeah. So that's how ECD has affected like the Akira players. Now that said, honestly, I think Akira is strong in this patch. I think they just have to I think they will make the adjustments and they'll add more stuff. They'll strengthen the other parts of their games, and the other parts of their games are strong. They just liked using this like a lot. Now Paul had maybe 3-4 years ago, had already moved past that phase, because that was definitely how Paul used to play, with a lot of ECD and a lot of shoulder, and he still brings that out when it works. But he also has he challenged himself. I think when he started facing opponents that could break the side shoulder ram stagger and would punish him for what he tried to do there, I think he built up the other tools more. right? And he used them more, and to which where I only sometimes see him kind of do this approach as part of a larger toolkit, but not like the dominant, like, this is my main way to play thing. But like, you know, in 2021, I think it was kind of his main way to play for a while. And so it's interesting though, and this is where some of us old heads would say like that newer generation of Akira player was really interesting, because we're used to seeing Akira players just dominate with dashing elbow and with other stuff too, but like dashing elbow and everything that comes from the dashing elbow, and then comes the half circulars, and then comes other stuff. So but this more ECD focused flowchart was a little different, right? And I didn't mind I like fighting it, so I wasn't complaining, but it was also kind of like, why are they not dashing elbow as much as like I'm used to seeing Akira just dominate the attack, so that you feel like you can't attack and you have to defend. And once he gets you thinking you have to defend, then he guard breaks you. You know, that's what I was used to. And then this newer generation is more like, I'm gonna be like shuffling in front of you, and when I get the thing I want, I'm gonna strike. You know, kind of thing. So yeah, so that's I hope that makes sense to you all. It's just that's more of a hot topic recently, because like KNR expressed frustration with the patch on X, and Setsuna in private chats has just said it's been an adjustment, you know. But honestly, Akira's strong as hell in this patch, right? And I think like Bushido, his 4P is going to be way better, right? Because at certain frames, I could still ECD under that 4P, but that 4P is going to be a much strong, like, is a more scary tool, as if Taka's throws already weren't scary. But Taka, the thing about Taka is he doesn't have much full circular game. He has half circulars, and most of the half circulars are avoided by evading to his front. So this was kind of annoying if he's in the frames where 4P could not be like could be undermined by like ECD. That's really annoying for Taka. And so so basically his half circular game's better because of the system change. I am doing good, Jimmy. Hope you're doing really, really well. I'm doing pretty well. You know, just the normal stuff, day-to-day life stuff that everyone's dealing with. But my wife and my son have returned to North America. You know, they were in China for 2 weeks, and then they were in Thailand for 1 week. They had an amazing trip, and now they're back home, and so it's been a lot of fun. The house is full again. Yeah. So the new patch is treating me well personally, but I haven't played it much. I only played 2 offline sessions since this patch has come out. I have not played it online. Today will be the first time I played online. So you guys will see me adjust. You know, mentally I already know how I'm going to adjust with the ECD, so that doesn't bug me personally. And also, my game tried to get successful evade more often than not. Right? It wasn't trying to count on the evade cancel part. It just did the evade cancel part because it's what you do. But I was always trying to be more precise with my evades regardless. So the thing that has been tricky for me to adjust to has been tech roll, the change to tech roll and Ukemi, making it easier. Because now there are times when I know the opponent's going to go for meaty and I want to stay down, and I accidentally tech roll. And sometimes I'm not ready to realize that, and so I got launched, or I got like nailed with the meaty, you know. And that has cost me rounds. It hasn't cost me games as much, but it did cost me rounds quite a bit. Like, it cost me rounds on Saturday, and it cost me rounds last night, you know. But for the most part, I get it, and it's not that common that I make that mistake, but sometimes under pressure it'll happen. So it's gonna be a while for me to get used to that, and then after that, getting used to developing a new way to disguise my wake up. With this change, I will definitely have to hit empty buttons. There was a way to disguise your wake up without using empty buttons before, but now when I'm playing offline at a tournament, I'm gonna have to just have a technique that makes it so you can't, at least by sound, tell what I'm doing when I wake up. You know, this is gonna put a little bit of a challenge to it, but with empty buttons I'll be okay. So I'm gonna have to use a lot of I'm gonna have to definitely put empty buttons in proximity so that my hands don't look like they're moving much when I do it, you know. Because they made like Ukemi like any button plus a direction, you know. So. Hey June, it's so good to see you. Swadee Kap. Yep. And I know this is typically your work time, but I'm really glad you're here, so thank you. Also, really happy with. I'm so happy to see Phaser Cat Games here. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing great, man. Sorry I didn't get to see you at Portland Retro Game Expo, but maybe this year. I am happy to say that Portland Retro Game Expo and LA Gathering will be on different weekends, so I'm happy about that. That gives me a good chance to go to both. Alright, it's been a while since I've seen Dot of Lump, so it's really great to see them too. Always happy to see Two Scoops of Face. Move Quick, always great to see you. And thank you so much. And looks like you're playing Shun today, excellent. We got Blurring, awesome to have Blurring here. We got Incident, we got Sisha, and Weebs Over Dweebs. And all these connections are looking really, really good. And you can see that these are all wired connections. Now I have heard that like if somebody realizes they're on wireless, which can happen, if you move your PS5 from like being in Wi-Fi, and then you just plug it back in, it's not going to change it automatically. That's happened to me. And so you have to actually go into settings on the PS5 to actually set it back to wired manually. Like every time. It sucks. Anyways, that said, what I did hear from Akai is that even when you make the change to wired, it may take a while for the game's indicator to indicate that you're wired instead of wireless. So, you know, I don't want people to raise the pitchforks quickly. We're patient people and we're all friends here. We're all, you know, at the very least, we're all training together. So, yeah, and it's wonderful to have Bushido on here. We'll start the league battle pretty soon. Let's see. See another cartoon, wondering what Incident's talking about. What did Dusty say? Dusty the Moth, hey, was that super slow and stuttery? Just at the very end, yeah, when the round was already over, pretty much. I see Devil Ray, I hope you're doing well with your parents. Awesome that you're with them. Hope you're having a good time there, and look forward to when you get back. Portland Axe, so good to see you. I'm ordering some combo gravity buttons for that reason. Yeah, alright, if the combo gravity buttons work for you, it's gonna be awesome. I like those buttons personally, but let me know if they don't. The only reason that they might not is if the panel is really flexible. They're not, I don't think they're very good with flexible panels that can shake and rattle. But as long as you got a solid top panel, those combo gravity buttons are pretty awesome. Yeah. But I do like them. I have some myself. If you want to hear what they sound like, here's the Quamba Q8 that you guys have seen. Some of you have seen this. This has got Quamba Gravity KS buttons. You can hear the sound on them. And then this is the Quamba Silent Stick. So yeah. But things are going good today, Sisha. It's good to have you here. Makes my day much better. So, am I going to have to play on potato quality to play online now? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the game is playing fine on console. But, you know, that's my opinion. So, Move Quick says, unfortunately, it also gives some false positives for PC if you have a Wi-Fi card. I see. I had to disable the driver for mine for it to stop, stating incorrectly that I was on Wi-Fi. Okay, so false negative, well, false positive meaning false on Wi-Fi. Okay. Good to know that, Move Quick, good to know. Hey, Spacetime, are you here? There's room to join. Are you here? You're not here? We'll wait for you. Keep trying to get in if you can. 4565 is the code. I know you know that one. So, yeah. Alright, Polax says, I got a solid top. It's metal. Yep. That won't wake up your wife. Okay, understood. Understood. Yeah. Or let people know you're about to make a big move. Indeed. Hey Princess, so good to see you. Hope you're doing really good. Awesome. Yeah, it's gonna be. This is a good way to hone in your day one shun. So awesome. Keep that up. When Spacetime gets in here, we'll be preparing to start the league battle. things are looking good, right? This is a positive sign. I haven't heard of anybody having trouble today. If you're having trouble getting into the room, please let us know in the chat so we know. Otherwise, we'll never know. Let's see. Awesome, Princess is cooking at the moment. Awesome. I'm really glad you're having a good day, and cooking is always a good activity. It can be very therapeutic as well. Alright. That said, honestly, with the way Bushido plays, I do think that that this patch should be pretty good for Bushido. I know Taka got a bad rap, but it wasn't really a bad rap. It's what it is. It's just that if you only look at like buffs and nerfs to characters, it's easy to get the wrong idea of how a thing, you know, how a thing plays. You really only know when you actually play and when things get together, but you definitely want to. But in this patch, the system changes are kind of one of the driving forces, and the stuff that they were. The reason Taka looks like it's a lot of nerfs is because they're changing the nature of how the fight goes with Taka. They put a lot more throw in. They put a lot more like, here's the thing about guaranteed throw. You can always escape it. So they're giving Taka more incentive to be doing throw escapes whenever he's blocked. But at the same time, that's fine. You know, the -10 situation is not the worst in the world. And so it's an interesting thing. It encourages the opponent to do more of these predictable where the guessing points are then. So we'll see how it ultimately plays out. But the half circular change or the evade cancel change is the one where I'm like, well, that 4P at the right moment is going to probably hit me pretty good. But, and like, it's going to keep me locked in fighting point blank against Taka. And I do think that with this expectation that the fight's going to be locked in at close up a little more, that's probably why they put so many like +10 against Taka setups. So awesome. Have a wonderful dinner, Portland X. Thank you for stopping by, and hope you enjoy the replay. Incident says it seems like one of those on paper things, but could still end up a different story. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, I think a lot of people should focus on forward and backward movement a little more than they do, right? I get the appeal of the lateral movement, and I love lateral movement, but I think a lot of times the like crouch dash is stronger than evade cancel. It's flat out stronger than evade cancel, and it needs to be said many times because some people don't understand it and some people don't want to believe it when I say it too in offline. And I'm like, no, crouch dash is better. It's like, why is crouch dash better? Well, it's like, put it this way: the fastest attack in the game is 10 frames, maybe 9 frames. When you crouch dash, you can still guard like within 5 frames. So you've got this forward movement, and you could guard if you realize they're gonna attack. So it's not like you can move forward and they're guaranteed to hit you. Now it can feel that way when you come from a game that does back to block, because that holding forward is like, well, now you have to consider the time it takes for you to go to block, and on top of whether or not you can react or not. And there's a slight tax to blocking when you're moving forward. And then at the high level, that's where they're really good, right? They move forward and they don't miss a block. But we're playing Virtua Fighter. We got a guard button. We can move forward and block. You know, we can guard cancel at any time during a forward movement, not during a back dash, but during a forward dash. You can cancel at any time with the guard button, and it will block. You know, and crouch dash, you could also move in and block, and you're fine. And it's way faster than any attack. So you're not really at risk. Like, for them to actually punish you properly for doing a crouch dash is either they did the mid attack like 10 frames before you crouch dash, or they did a low throw like 5 frames before you crouch dash. That's kind of really the only way they really punish you for crouch dashing, technically. So otherwise you're fine. Crouch dash, forward crouch dash, down forward, really, really good. More players need to use it. It's what I use like a lot. I use it a ton. It's so good. Yeah, everyone work on your crouch dashing. It's huge. And then sometimes work on your back dashing too. So here's the thing about backdash. Yes, it's risky, but just because it's risky does not mean it's not good. It's really good. The backdash in this game is really good. It's just that it is risky. So, okay, but if you know that your opponent's only poking, backdash has become less risky. Now, if they're swinging like crazy, if they're attacking like crazy, that's when backdash is more scary to do, like more risky. But if they're doing like low punch, that low punch is gonna lose to your backdash, you know. And the thing is okay, even if you can't respond in time, you probably have the advantage regardless, until you're too late, you know. But backdash is strong when you know your opponent's just gonna poke back. Now the difference is in this game that the high punch can hit you out of the backdash, but you know what? That's only 10. That's only about 11 damage, 12 damage, maybe 13 damage. It's not much. And the truth about pokes in this game is the pokes themselves aren't scary. It's what the opponent does after the poke that should be the scary part. And if you can shift your focus to like, I can fight them even when I get hit, I can do something. And whatever that thing is, maybe there's many different ways to beat what they're doing or avoid what they're doing. So eventually you get to the point where you don't mind them poking you. It's just, you know, just a quick poke at you, but you're able to still fight or still make a decision. And sometimes you can just evade when they hit you and you're like, oh, okay, like boom, and then now I sidestep, right? But you'll get, you know, like everyone will get there. It takes time. There's still room, Ancient Oblivion. Come on in. Come on in. We'll make room for you. Sanwa will definitely work great for cross slash. This Virtua Fighter was designed to work really well with specifically with the Sanwa lever. It was designed around the Sanwa lever. Some of the things where it does its auto corrections are because they were doing a lot of testing with the Sanwa lever and kept using it as a test device. Now the next Virtua Fighter is going to be built around gamepad, but Virtua Fighter well, I think ever since Virtua Fighter 3, so Virtua Fighter 3 all the way up until Final Showdown were all designed with the Sanwa lever in mind. Of course, LS32 works just as good if you're a Seimitsu fan. So it's just that specifically their test device was Sanwa levers. All right, are you in here, Agent of Oblivion? Is Agent of Oblivion here? That's yeah. Sarah versus Taka does still look pretty brutal, but good CT scoops here, doing good. Agent of Oblivion, let us know if you're trying to get in the room. Alright, Agent of Oblivion is in the room. It's okay, we're gonna take the red. Let's go ahead and try this out. Let's start the league battle, and let's have fun. If we see any crashes, let me know. So right now, Weebs over Dweebs is on break because there's an odd number of players, but you will be playing after this one. This will be your one break. Everybody's gonna have one break when there's an odd number of people in the room. Alright, Agent of Oblivion, let's do this. This will be my first time playing with 1.1 online. Let's see how I do.
You'd better take me seriously.
I do intend to do a stream where I'm studying the game, but yeah. Very nice. Okay. Man, by the way, earlier that was an accidental tech roll. Awesome. Hey, I always like a good grilled cheese, Portland X. Love grilled cheese. I also love a good tuna melt. Very nice. Hitting the throw. Alright. Good. So I'm showing you the basics of the boxing here. This is the Virtua Fighter I'll be using Virtua Fighter boxing in this fight so you get a sense of it. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Keep it up. Alright. The stagger, I do miss stagger, but that's me. So, one thing to know though, this high punch is plus on block, right? So that's why this jab elbow works. 1-2. It's like boxing's 1-2. 1-2. Right? High punch. I guard cancel the high punch and do an elbow right away. It's very strong. Alright. Good game, Agent of Oblivion. I know that was the first game, but yeah. What do I think about Lau in this patch? I'm under the impression that Lau is strong in this patch. However, he's still Lau, but I think Lau should be pretty strong in this patch. But you know, Lau still has to deal with people that do crouch guard. So if somebody uses crouch guard, right, then Lau's got to use like elbow into mix up elbow and guard break. Especially if they're really good at avoiding throw, right? And then that's just like the classic Lau thing. But I do think that Lau has good half circulars. They're underrated. I think the opponent, a lot of certain playstyles are going to feel more constrained to fight more linearly up close. And I think that's good for Lau in a way. But at the same time, you know, it's still Lau, but I think he's strong. But Jimmy, you have a better opinion than I do, so please tell us all what you think about Lau in 1.1, because my opinion's not nearly as good as yours. That's just my speculation. Nice. Alright. Keep it up, move quick. This is a really nice day one Shun though. You got some good moves. Nice. I thought this low punch was going to interrupt that. Excellent. Keep it up, move quick. You're doing great. You're doing actually very well. Very good. I like the throw here. I like that one, KK. Good game, move quick. Very good stuff. I like the patience. I like a lot of the calculations you were making. So, good stuff. Keep it up, my friend. I like the Lau. Alright, I like the Shun. Sorry, we're talking with Jimmy, so. But I like the Shun. Keep it up, move quick. Good game, good game. Yeah, if you can fuzzy a 2P after a P, that makes P even stronger. Yes. Keep it up. The accidental inputs are normal when you're learning a new character or trying to learn a new skill set too. So that happens, but you know, it gets sharper. Oh, thank you very much, Blackstar, for the raid. I hope Blackstar's been doing good. I do think Blackstar would probably like the evade cancel changes because I think Blackstar likes it when there's more, when actions have consequences, when decisions have consequences. That's just my impression. I could be wrong, but that's always been my feeling that Blackstar prefers it when wrong decisions get consequences. And so evade, cancel, change is kind of like that. You know, it's kind of for those that feel like, you know, hey, you know, we want more consequence for that. Just like the change to some of the attacks having more recovery. All right, here we go, Phaser Cat. It's been a while. Nice. Thank you for confirming, Blackstar. It's so wonderful to see you, my friend. Yes, we're going to be running more leagues. Yes, I run these pretty late, so this one is expected to go like probably another 3 or 4 hours. Nice. So if I do hit with this uppercut, I am plus. So that said, Pi has really good tools when she's -1 because of her 3P plus K. It's really nasty. Like Pi's +1 game is something else. It's quite something. Good game, Phaser Cat games. Like I said, I've always tried to focus more on having more accurate evades anyways. So when I do ECD, the intention was to actually evade and the cancel is incidental, you know. And then, and so I've got to be careful if I get comfortable with that too, because the cancel will be just a little less successful. But yeah. Alright, would love to have you here, DC Theo. Would love to have you. Anto, good to see you. And Anto, wonderful run. Wonderful run at Texas Showdown. So Anto was playing at Texas Showdown, I believe. And it was a really good run. So it was good to see you on the stage, my friend. Okay, you're in the ads, okay.
Round 1. Ready, go!
I like that crouch dash. You enjoy eating late-face sabakis from my... Yeah. That was a very late night snack. I like that choice. Yeah, late-face sabakis are mean.
Ready, go!
Good game, Sisha. Good game. I feel like the connection's really good tonight. I don't know if this is the patch or not, but it's feeling really good tonight, so. Good game, Sisha. Keep it up. Keep it up, Sisha. Sisha, which range are you most comfortable at? Are you most comfortable close up, mid range, or long range? Let's see here. Maybe mid-range? Okay. Mid-range is good, but you are more vulnerable to backdash, so just be careful of that. Also, but don't be afraid to use crouch dash sometimes to close it in. I think Sarah is actually quite strong close range, but there's a lot of things you have to be comfortable with, and I don't think you have to force yourself to fight close range. It's just more, she's good either way, because she's good at, you know, striking safely. But yeah, keep it up. That said, my style of play is pretty mean to a lot, to like, especially to like Sarah. So, all right, blurring. Let's do this. So, welcome to 1.1 blurring. Also, congratulations on a wonderful showing at Texas Showdown. This Leon's 4K is definitely strong because of the changes. I forgot that I have to do I can only do KK if I do the guard break now. Like, I only get KK, and it's like, okay, KK. That'll take a while to get used to.
Round 4. Ready, go!
The 5-frame delay feels really good, to be honest. Even though we're set to 5 frames, it feels, I mean, rollback does that. But I swear it feels really good. Thank you for the battle blurring. When I fought against blurring, blurring had set to 5 frame, which I think is good because blurring has good internet, but the Texas to Portland connection has not always been like the greatest for us. So I think out of safety they set it to 5 frame delay, and it felt great. But yeah, but I'm the type that adjusts to all connections. Like I could play on really bad, and you guys would see me be fine or be okay with it. But this honestly felt really crisp for me, so. Yeah, so this league, because of family, right? I've got a family too, so typically after I take care of the family and stuff, then I can play at 7:30 my time, right? 7:30 p.m. my time, which is 10:30 East Coast time. So typically 10:30 is when I start queuing up, and the league battle itself tends to start around 11 p.m. Eastern time, yeah. But Bruce, I hope you can join us sometimes. I know it's tough. I know people have different lifestyles too. Like some people have to wake up early, and I respect that a lot. But yeah, Verdant Sun, yeah, you can join us. But right now we're in the middle of league, but you can join us. But you would just be sitting in the room waiting for us to finish the league, and then you'd be able to play in the warm ups and in the next league. Well, the thing is, right now, League mode is a round robin. Everyone's playing at the same time. So in round robin, it's a round robin mode. It's pretty awesome because right now we've got like what 13 people, and about 12 people are playing at the same time because you can't have 13 people play at the same time because that's an odd number. But very nice, Weebs. Very good. I like that. So yeah, John, feel free to keep commenting or ask questions. I'm happy to answer. But yeah, like League Battle, what it is I had started the league. Now I don't make this as a league, but this is basically, I use this mode because it's an excellent way to train when everybody can play at the same time. But that's once I start the league, yeah. Oh, no problem. I understand, Don. Yeah. I definitely respect that. But feel free to, you can always leave a comment on my YouTube videos and I'll reply to them. And sorry, Weeps, because I'm talking, I like went into the autopilot of destroy mode. So I'm sorry about that, Weeps. I did intend to do it as a sparring, but once I got into this conversation mode, I kind of let myself use my auto judgment from my subconscious on what to do, and it's actually one of my more mean modes. So, but thanks for the fight, my friend. Thanks for the fight, Weeps over Dweebs. So yeah, John. Yeah, so we can definitely chat about VF, and we can definitely find the time to work together on VF sometimes, John. All right, so just let me know. I'm always happy to help. And sometimes my mornings or your afternoons probably work pretty well too sometimes. Yeah, Bruce, I definitely want to get games in with you. I love fighting with you, Bruce. Bruce really is the beast, and he's awesome. I love fighting his Sarah and his Brad very, very much. John, thank you. Yeah, you know, I'm always trying to do what I can for the community as best I can, right? Within my limits, but I try really hard. And I'm really happy that a lot of other people in the community try hard too. And so I think these efforts help make our community as best as it can be, and we love it. Yeah. Leon is very good at side turn. Leon is very, very good at side turn. Leon's side turn game is very strong. So that's actually one of Leon's best traits, is his side turn game. So yes, I've always been able to side turn. Yeah. I probably didn't use it against you a lot until you start buffering, right? But it depends. But I can also force it. Very nice, 2 scoops. Yeah, mad respect to Bruce the Beast. Oof. That was an intense round. Intense round, my friend. Good game, 2 scoops. Good game. That was a really good. Those last 2 rounds were especially good. Good games, man.
What a knucklehead!
Round 2, you had good stuff though. There was good stuff in round 2. Sometimes we get whimsical too. Sometimes the whimsical helps us, and sometimes it's rough. But I thought you did good in round 2. I thought it was a good round 2. Like it threw me off. It was good. And if it sometimes that's the lightning in the bottle moment too, is when you throw your opponent off. There's a lot of flashes of brilliance in VF fights. Lots of those flashes of brilliant moments. And you like sometimes they even tell you like what you should be doing against your opponent. So, but yeah, how is everybody liking this patch? How's everybody liking 1.1 so far? I'd like to hear your opinions in the chat. Please feel free to share them. You know, and please expand a little. At least like explain the things you like or don't like. But would love to hear what everyone's thoughts are on 1.1. It's a very, it's definitely a very interesting patch and. So far, I think I like it so far. The accidentally tech rolling is not my favorite thing, but I can learn to adjust to that. So, would not be my first time adjusting to a new VF game. Vanessa is quite an adjustment. I can feel that. Yeah. I bet. Hey Guibert, it's going good. First night I'm playing online. I've only played a little bit offline twice on 1.1. And so this is my first time playing it online. I'm liking it a lot so far. Yeah. So L-Blades gets more damage from his crouch throws for some reason. I don't know why Ukemi was made easier. Ukemi was made easier... No, but I think it's because it is like that's a quality of life change for people learning VF, and I think it makes sense. But it does, but it is a change for us. Yes. Very good. Very good. Awesome space time.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I see. That was really cool. The range. Okay. Here we go, space times, keep it up. Oh.
Round 4. Ready, go! Round 5. Ready, go!
That was an intense battle. Awesome battle, space time. Awesome battle. Really, really good stuff. That was intense.
What a knucklehead!
So MoveQuick says, if it's me, which would be weird because I've never had issues running VF, but it feels like every other match has weird slowdowns and stutters. Good. I'll be on the lookout for those. Good to know that. So you've been running into weird slowdowns and stutters. Really interesting. Yeah. And then Anto says, yeah, they're not crazy about the change to Akemi, the tech world change being one button. I'd like 2 buttons, but yeah, that's me. It is definitely giving me a hard time, but not the hardest time. Very good.
Round 2. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go!
That's right, it's not a stagger anymore. Okay. I definitely messed up my fuzzy guard, but that's all good.
Ready, go! Ring out! Yes! Round 5. Ready, go!
I like that. I like that. Good game, Instant. That was really, really good. This looks a little different. I swear that stomp looks different than I remember it, but that was really good. That was an excellent game. I'll get used to that animation. That was really, really good. I was expecting a low, but then I was like, that looks like a knee. Okay, crap. That's a low. That was really good. Good game. See. So Portland X had some slowdowns on their laptop. Alright, so we're seeing some performance issues on some machines. Seems to be on the PC. Well, I mean, PC would be because it's variable setups. Alright, KJ City Fishy, good to see you. How does 1 button versus 2 help me at all? Some people, I don't know. Timing's not, it's not that, but I have seen people that took time to get used to doing text. I don't know why. Well, there's different reasons too, like pad is one reason.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Like the thing with pads is that changing it to a 2-button input, I'd understand. Like if it was P plus K, but then that would be interesting for like rising kick. But yes, macros do exist. But macros are not always the reason for like brand new players, right? But I understand, because trust me, I'm not saying I would prefer this change, but because I'm myself am getting used to it too. It's definitely nailed me, but that's because of muscle memory, not because I'm a new player, right? so you know, when it comes to the muscle memory challenges, if you're an experienced player, that's just an inconvenience, and then you learn, then you know you adapt to it because you always do, every fighting game. But we'll see how this one does. Now for me, it does give me extra work. So what's the extra work? Well, I want to build new technique for how I wake up sooner manually without tech rolling. And I would like to build my technique so that in offline play, nobody can tell what I'm doing based on listening or even sometimes watching. You know, because the wake up situation was the most obvious one. If you play side by side offline, that's the one where it's like it's a little more obvious what you're doing. Now, if they had made it so that you tapped a direction and guard, and just that, maybe that would have worked for me, because I could still fake other stuff, you know. But that probably had its challenges. That, you know, that would have its trade-offs too. But if it was like, actually the one I probably would have liked would have been a direction and punch, but that would have been counterintuitive. New player would be like, why is it that? You know? So yeah, there's always going to be trade-offs on these things, but the idea itself I'm not exactly against though. But I'm getting used to it myself. It's the one that I'm getting used to the most. The evade cancel hasn't exactly killed me so far, but I will probably lose to more delay attacks and half circulars on average. But it hasn't been like I haven't felt like, oh, I'm so hamstrung and I can't move. But that's because I've always played a more mid-range game, and I've always used forward and backward movement as well as a sidestepping movement. So yeah. Oh, I have a cover for that too. I have a cover, but I'm talking about sound. I'm talking about understanding what someone does by the sound. But I actually have a shield for that. Don't worry, Bushido, we're going to be working this matchup together, my friend. We're going to be working on this matchup a lot more. I do think Leon has some mean tools for the Taka matchup. Everybody does now, but has even more mean tools. But I still believe in Taka, and I believe in you, and I believe in our matchup. So we're going to keep fighting the fight. We're going to keep getting stronger together. And Bushido is still scary as hell, right? You look, he's gonna win this league, I think. Yeah, I think so. He's got the point lead. So Bushido is, you know, his Taka is still going hella strong. I did use some new stuff that Leon has. First time, because I haven't played against Taka yet, but like stuff like forward throw against Taka now is like an extra threat, right? Because now Leon can force a side turn game off of that, which isn't, or he can't, but he can threaten a side turn game that's very damaging. It's really crazy. But Bushido actually showed how to manage it, because he actually forced it into a normal stand situation instead of a side turn. So that I need to lab. I need to see what he did to make sure that he did. I think he just crouched or something, I don't know, but he did something to make sure that it wouldn't be side turn after that. So I need to lab that out, because that's a very interesting situation. It's a lot of guessing games, but also more incentive for Taka to escape forward throw. Yeah, so Anto says, on paper, I'm never a fan of nerfing mid-tier characters. It seems like they... I think it looks like it's nerfs. I think they just create a lot of guessing points for people. And yes, they're advantage for the person that does the throw. They definitely put a lot of +10 against Taka. And I just showed that the throw game is actually quite strong against Taka. So I am wondering about that. We will see how it plays out. Maybe they want people to throw Taka more, and then they'll undo the patch. I don't think they're gonna undo the patch, but something in the design says throw Taka more. And so it's interesting, right? So we'll see. We'll see what they're, we'll see how it plays out. But yeah. But generally, it looks like a ton of nerfs, yes, to Taka. But it's really a ton of adjustment. It's like a redesign, if anything. The thing that made no sense, the thing that does look weird and suspect is watching the Sarah gets more against Taka, because you're like, Sarah is already strong against Taka, but but a lot of those adjustments were the +10 ones, and we'll see how that plays out. Hey Limey, it's so good to see you. Awesome run. Congratulations on the runner-up at Texas Showdown. And yeah, it's really good to have you here, my friend. I hope you're doing really well. Dojo's going well. So far the dojo's going great. We only saw one moment of slowdown on a match where it froze temporarily froze during the replay, or not the replay, right before the ring out, but aside from that it was fine. But yeah, things are going good. I'm enjoying this patch so far, but I haven't played it much, so. Alright, welcome back, Weaver. Welcome back. But yeah, Portland Axe, I'll show you the shield I have for my main fight stick. It's easy to assemble on the spot, and easy to kind of to put into place so that people cannot see your hands. However, when it comes to wake up, it's more, again, the audio that I'm trying to disguise, and I disguise it with technique. The best disguises are usually technique. However, it is good to have something cover your hands, right? And you'll see the Tekken players that use the same stick I'm using, the VM6R, quite a bit of the Tekken players have the shield to go over that covers their hands, so people can't see what they're pressing in directions and pay attention to like cues of when they're going to respond versus not respond. Usually it was stuff like stagger break and stuff like that in the old school way, but mainly like wake up is the thing that can be told directly. Another is probably there's a few other situations, but not many. This game plays fantastic offline, and it plays fantastic side-by-sides. Don't get me wrong on this. It's just more about squeezing that extra competitive edge out. But the thing is, this game is really easy to fake somebody out. If you know somebody's playing on sound, like twitching on sound, you can hold guard and just press punch, and it'll throw them off. All right, here we go, Dotto Lump. Alright, that's the 1-2. Virtua Fighter's 1-2. Good. Very nice. Very nice. Really good. Keep it up, Dot of Lump. It's been a while, and I'm happy to spar with you again, my friend. Excellent. That was beautiful. That was cool. That's death. Very good. Use the PK, don't use the throw there. Very good. That was beautiful. That was good. Good round. Good round out of one. That was an excellent round.
Ready, go!
That was accidental tech roll. Awesome game. Excellent game, Dotted Lump. I had so much fun with that battle. Had so much fun with that.
Forgot to train, eh?
Alright, congratulations, Bushido. Excellent 27. That was a good battle, my friend. Good battle, everyone. Enjoyed that so much. Good game. That was very good games, everyone. Very good games. Alright, Bushido, let's do this. This is a lot of fun. Watch, Bushido's gonna come back with a vengeance. He's gonna beat the crap out of me, especially this stage. This is Taka stage. Okay? Even though this is Kage stage, short fence is Taka's best stage. Huge advantage. I see. So I see what they did to the stomp. Okay, good to see what happened to the stomp here.
Round two. Ready, go!
That was beautiful. See, this is the 4P doing its magic. This was awesome. 4P into the clap was excellent. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout! Round five. Ready, go!
I like that setup too, because I'm gonna ECD here. Good game. Bushido, that was such a fun battle. Such a fun battle, man. That was a really fun battle. I don't know if they were intentional because the stuff he whiffed were stuff that used to work. So he's muscle memorying it out of his system.
Round one. Ready, go!
Let's see, right now, the time is 8:45. We will start the next league battle in about after 2 more games. After 2 more games, we'll start the next league battle.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
And if anyone's having trouble joining the room tonight, please let us know. We don't know unless you let us know if you're having trouble getting into the room. And it does help, it does matter, and sometimes Sega's watching, so if they understand what we're going through, there's a better chance of that getting, you know, reported and worked on. Awesome to have you here, DC Theo. Very awesome to have you here. On Durrell, well, I think
Round 4. Ready,
what I've said about Durrell is that for me, I don't think she's broken at all. And I'm glad that they've made her playable in World Stage and Arcade mode. They finally did that with this patch. It's unfortunate that it wasn't that way to begin with. It should have been that way always. She looks like a very fun character to play. You know, she's got 2 modes, right? She's got rapid mode and massive mode. I'm more scared of massive mode than I am of rapid mode, but that's also because I think with rapid mode I can probably ring her out, right? But also with rapid mode I haven't felt the tools being so scary, but it sounds like she's very scary at the wall too. Massive mode scares me because there's stuff that she could probably out-hit me with, and but I haven't fought enough against her. But it felt like her strong stuff was more likely to be in massive mode. And so I feel like part of the Durrell game is getting into massive mode, because you always, unlike Vanessa, Durrell is like stuck in rapid mode until the round actually starts. So until the timer actually starts ticking down, she is stuck in that mode. So she has to, so sometimes if she wants to be in the massive mode, she's got to set that up. She's got to get herself into that position. The ones who mostly play her have been J6 Commander, a veteran who was very active in VFDC, and also Rayblade plays her a lot. Yeah, those are the ones I play most. Hey, Hat Person, it's good to see you. Okay, so Hat Person says they are getting the disconnected. Okay, but they got in here. They got in here. Wonderful. Okay, Cat Person, I'm really glad you're here. I'm glad you were able to come into the room. How many tries did it take for you to get in here? How many tries did it take for Hat Person to get into this room? Really happy to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing very well. Hope you've had good rest, especially in March. Baba says Taka's nerves are really sad. His YOLO pressure moves are gone. He's still got YOLO pressure moves. His kick is still YOLO destroyer if you backdash. But yeah.
ready, go!
I see. So DC Theo wanted to play her, but Combo Breaker said she's banned still. Okay. They should. Yeah, I think that's interesting if she's banned at Combo Breaker. We'll have to bring that to someone's attention and back it up with something that encourages them to go ahead and make her legal. But I think I need to double check the Virtua Fighter Open Championship rules. She might be legal now. If she's legal now, then I think then we can bring that up to Combo Breaker. We'll see. But Combo Breaker might also be the organization that goes, it's set in stone, we don't change it for nothing. It's like, okay. But I wouldn't really know.
Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout!
Alright, good battle, you two. We're gonna start the next league battle now. Is everyone doing well? I haven't heard anyone struggling to come in. I'm glad that Hat Person was able to join us, so we are good. We're gonna start the next league battle right now. Alright, and sadly it looks like Bushido had to go. Bushido, thank you very, very much. If I encourage everyone to follow Bushido on Twitch. Maybe they're probably streaming right now, to be honest, and if they're streaming right now, they might be in a room battle with someone, so definitely check them out. Bushido's awesome, very strong Taka, and very nice guy. Very nice. I like the jab throw. Excellent.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Now, a good move to knock out Shun with is a sidekick. And the reason being that if you can win the round with a sidekick against Shun, you'll get a crumple, and that usually sets up the most reliable sober combo you have against Shun. Ooh, I might get wrung out here. Right, like this, right? And then I can do stuff like this. Oh!
Round 3.
No, okay. I do PP, 4P. So it's like this into it. They might have changed the sober combo too, but that was a side purpose, so that also changes it. Alright, good game, good game. Yeah, it's a fun challenge though, getting yourself to target nailing, like landing side kicks. You're like, you know what, I'm going to try to land side kicks. It's a hard thing to do, but it's a good one. Built a lot of strength for me in like seeing situations, seeing where a side kick could fit in there. Good stuff. Okay. So Sisha, you actually got kicked out of the room and it said the room disbanded. I'm sorry about that. It's good for us to know. So for the record, Sisha somehow got kicked. And it says, said the room has been disbanded on his screen, which it did not, of course. Alright, DC Theo, here we go. Good. Nice, that was a sick crush.
Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout.
All right, here we go.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Nice. Nice. Alright, good game, DC Theo. Good game, my friend. Thank you for this this battle. And I hope we get to battle more. I'm really glad that you're here in the room with us. Yeah. Good game. Yeah. Take over another person's room. You guys are talking about Evo. Let's see. I'm glad you're back on the VF, but I know you're a busy guy. I know you're a very busy guy, and also I liked what you shared today. So was that a real TCG tournament announcing their? I like the idea they had of shower stamps. So like they're gonna so when you come in through the front door, they're gonna check to make sure that you showered, and then they'll put a stamp on your badge. That's for real, right? Okay, that's awesome. That's super cool. Okay, yeah, definitely. If there's another crowd that needs that, it's definitely the TCG crowd, right? So, yes, I like the shower stamp idea. I like the shower stamp idea. You know, like getting like in the morning, because you can just tell the guy, "Hey, go take a shower, come back, and then we'll put the stamp on." You know. Ghostbuster sensors. Yeah. We're just gonna have one of our mixed martial arts guys in charge of giving out the shower stamps. You know, so I like that idea. I like the shower stamp idea. So. So with Hat Person, he's really hard to get a read on, and like a lot of the rhythms can be scary. So I'm always trying to be very careful, because I feel like I can get hit by crazy stuff against him. Oh, that's sick! Oh, that was nice. That was good. Like, we doing this? We scrapping. Hat Person and I scrapping. Alright, let's do this. Nice. Alright, good fight, good round.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Nice. Nice fuzzy. Oh, nice conversion. Good game, good game. So last time we fought, I remembered you being quite wild. This time, it's still wild, but it's like, it's really nice. It was like you were trying to establish, you were trying to box me, and I like that a lot. So, good fight, Hat Person, good fight. Always improving your boxing is good, because in this game, the boxing is what will help you dig yourself out of a hole at times. But it was really good stuff. It wasn't being rusty, okay, but it was. I liked it. I liked the boxing, the kickboxing actually. But yeah. All right. Well, welcome back to VF, my friend. Welcome back to VF. It's good to have you here, man. But like the thing that stood out about the last time we had fought was because it reminds me of Devil Ray, right? Because it's like if I take either of you lightly, I'm gonna eat like some combo. I'm gonna get hit pretty bad. So for me, like I'm like I need to box. when I came into this fight, I'm like I gotta box Hat Person because I don't want to get like some wild swing hit me. You know, like.
Round 1. Ready,
Oh, that was sick. Oh, that's what happens if I evade to the back. Oh, I gotta evade to the front. Nice. Okay, don't evade to the back. Evade to the front when it's intercept position. Just forgot about that. It's been so long. That was really good. Excellent. Oh, that was an awesome crouch dash. That was really cool. That was really, really good, Boring. That was excellent.
Ready, go!
I like that.
Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go!
That was an awesome battle, Boring. Awesome battle. Good game. Good game, my friend.
I want a serious fight!
Alright. Dude, pizza and hot dog, Costco, it's always good. Like, LA Gathering is literally across the street from a Costco. So, and that would sound like it's in some industrial area, but it's not. It's in a very very populated area. But LA Gathering, but it is funny that literally across the street is Costco. So you got your affordable snacks, you got everything you need in that area. You drove past it yesterday, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, please do bring the Costco cards. I actually on the activity sheet I did put like a Costco run on there in case people want to organize Costco runs, like, you know, to like stock up for the weekend. So
It's showtime! Round 1. Ready, go!
that's the Leon special. Nice. Alright, keep it up, Agent of Oblivion. I'm gonna come in with the boxing, be prepared. This is boxing. The high punch into an elbow is a very strong one. Like this, yeah. You want to guard cancel this high punch, do the elbow. Very strong. Very good. We're boxing. And see how I'm crouch dashing in? And so if I see that I got a high, I can stay ducking or I can guard it. Just because if I see an attack, I can guard. Alright, like this. So I crouch dash here, and I still can block in time. And this is the core of the boxing. The boxing consists of high punch, like punches, high punch, low punch, elbows, throws, and defensive techniques. And the defense techniques can be sidestepping. It could be like crouch dashing. So it's movement, guard, and movement and guard are like your defensive techniques. Right. So I low punch into throw right here. Yep, this is low punch into throw, right? Jab, elbow, right? This jab sets it up because in VF, there's not many plus on block moves. But everybody has a high punch that's +2 on block. So everybody has a jab that's +2 on block. So it's like jab, elbow. Jab, elbow is like boxing's jab straight. It's the same technique, it's just jab straight, right? Yeah. And the cool thing is like when you jab and they sidestep it, they're usually the one in trouble. If they sidestep your jab, then usually you get to just like strike again, because jabs are defined by recovering really quickly. So it's like jab and then boom, right? so this like jab straight is really strong, just like it is in boxing. Oh, Baba, did you go to the big suite that they did go in? All right, Johnny Danger, good to see you. Excellent. Jab elbow, yeah, good. Now jab throw, good. Awesome. All right, good to have you back in here, Johnny Danger. Let's do it. That was a good round. Here we go. Okay, that doesn't work. Awesome. That was sick. That was really good. Good round. Good round, my friend. Let's keep this up. Alright. Good fight. That was an awesome fight, Johnny. Awesome fight. Hey, FC Racer, so good to see you. Hope you can join us tonight. I hope your knee's feeling okay. I hope you're feeling okay, man. Okay, so you're getting the kicked out of the room thing. So basically, it pings and then you get bopped out. Try restarting the game. That's not a foolproof fix, but at least you're confirming that this still exists. I've had this problem before. Are you in the room already, though? Are you in the room already? I hope you can make it in here. I've been stuck that way at times too, and it took a while to get in, but I was able to get in usually. But it's rough. So hang in there, FC Racer. Oh, Hat Person, thank you very much for the sub.
Round one.
But yeah, thank you so much for the sub. That is so nasty. So if I force side chain you with this move, you generally want to defend, guard, or evade to where Leon's front foot is. So you want to either guard or evade to the front foot, because this is nasty. Right? There you go. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's not good. Excellent. Alright. So if you're seeing a lot of people show up great, then I definitely recommend to rejoin the room. It does mean this is the classic problem we've been having since the release of World Stage. Keep it up, Baba. Thank you for the fight. Good game.
Forgot to train, eh?
Alright. See if it's looking better for FC Racer. FC Racer, I hope you'll be able to join the room without the gray bars. Sometimes give it time to see if they really are gray bars, because sometimes they settle, but sometimes they don't. The gray bars are the bad omen, though. They are, when you see them, they're like, there's a higher likelihood that there'll be a crash out. Or at least that's what we've seen. So it does suck when that happens, though. It does. But usually I give it a full minute before I deem that it's really got a gray. Sometimes it just takes a while to ping each person. 1P. I'll have to look at 1P. So Baba says they're trying to use 1P as a disruptor, but I don't know what to do after. Have to look at the frame situation after 1P, and even sometimes the spacing situation. Sometimes in this game, though, a lot of the disruptive moves might not give you a high payoff, though. Sometimes some of them do, but usually if they're fully committing. But stuff that's just like a little annoying, usually those ones don't. Usually they don't give you much reward. They just help slow the opponent down.
Ready, go!
Hey, Chronomad, good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for using the bits. I do need to do more for my channel for this type of things.
Ring out! Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good. Good hit throw. Phew. Good fight.
To train, eh?
I was hoping it would keep the train going here. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. And I'm happy if you want to keep trying to set the... Hopefully we'll get more of a bit train going, but I got to do more to make my channel more amenable to that. And that's on me. But thank you all very much for your patience too. Thank you all so much for all of your patience with that too. So 1P is a 12 frame low. Okay. But it's like a knock. Is that the knockdown one? If it's the knockdown one, then it's really just, yeah, stopping momentum. And then Taka has good Okizemi, decent anyways. And so there's that. Yeah.
Round 1.
Have a good night, move quick. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that you're having trouble. Okay, so that's noted that you're having trouble with 1.1. Good. I think they did do the hop, which was good.
Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go!
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, and so F-Series is playing on Switch 2. Cool. That's a good idea. Good game, Phaser Cat Games. Really good. The last 2 rounds, very good. Okay, so Devilry said, "Good, damn good lobby tonight," and I'm stuck at yeah. We are getting reports though that some people are still getting the issues we've come to know and loathe, which is we've had FC Racer had trouble with like coming in, and then when they pinged, they kept seeing a lot of gray bars, which I've run into a lot myself. And then another one of the players got like booted. I think it was Baba, who got bopped out of the room, and it said, or was it move quick, that said, and it said disconnected from room, which really, or that the room has been disbanded, which sucks. That's a really terrible one. So move quick, I'm sorry, because I love having you here, man. I love having you here, and I know your patience has been really tested. Yeah, thank you for not subjecting us to your parents' Wi-Fi. I understand that struggle too. But yeah, I think it's good playing the Switch to take the replays to work and study. I think that's awesome. I think that's the way to do it. And my understanding, Switch 2 is playing great. So yeah. Yeah, Just Miles says that they've been seeing gray bars and a lot of rollback events. Okay, thanks for letting us know, Miles. Really appreciate that. Alright, here we go. Man, that dashing elbow beats low punch. It's so good in the opening. Very good, that dashing elbow worked there. I did see slowdown happen in this round though. So I did feel the slowdown happening in this round. Good. Really good battle though. Sorry for that slowdown that did happen, but Dot of Lump, that was an excellent battle. Good game, my friend. Really good game. Love your care. Love your care. Oh, let's have some more good battles. Love that, Akira. Your Akira is a much more traditional approach, and I love that too. So, which is a very scary. Like those are the most scary Akiras for me. But yeah. Okay, so Baba says that they still are dealing with some connection issues here and there, but they feel generally it's been better than 1.08. Noted that for Baba, that's been their experience. Yeah, strong. Dodo Lump is very strong.
Round one. Ready, go!
I see.
Knockout. Round two. Ready, go!
That was intense. Good round. Good round.
Round three. Ready, go!
That was awesome. I like that fuzzy into throw. Oh, very intense battle space time. That was just as intense as the first league. Awesome battle. Keep it up. It's very scary. Jackie is just really scary.
What a knucklehead.
It's good stuff. All right, that was the second league. What time? It's 9:24. We will start the next league battle on the 40-minute mark. So on the 40-minute mark, we'll start the next, around that time, we will start the next league battle around the 40-minute mark. So we'll have warm-ups, people can join the room, and at the 40-minute mark is around that time is when we're going to start the next league battle. If you're having trouble coming into the room, please report it so we know. Please let us know, so we'll wait, we'll be patient. Because we are happy to have as many people join if possible. We wish that the connection situation was better. It's been rough. It seems better in 1.1 than 1.08, but still ways to go, and we would like it to improve. So. You guys have a good one. Keep doing warm-up battles. I will be back. We are going to be doing the next league battle on the 40-minute mark. Go ahead and play the warm-up battles. Have a lot of fun sparring with each other while we await the next league battle. And I'm going to get a drink of water. It's a good time to get some water. Get some air. Use the restroom. Whatever you need to do. But yeah. Okay, awesome. Portland X on their way. Awesome. I'll be running the league for probably another 2 hours, to be honest. I'm probably going to be running for 2 more hours. Yeah, I am going to check on my family right now and get a drink, but I'll be back and we'll be fighting. So yeah, and please let everyone know how you're feeling about the balance changes and what your experience has been like so far with 1.1. It's a good topic to talk about tonight. So.
Ready, go!
Also, if anyone has learning goals, let me know. If there's something that you're curious about mechanically, let me know. I'll be happy to talk about it. And Kung Fu Hustle, so good to have you, my friend. Always great to see the Green Lantern 99.
Round two. Ready, go!
Just fast. Well, I think Taka is still strong, but I do think, but it looks like a lot, right? The problem is that these changes don't happen in a vacuum. They probably anticipated things happening because of the system changes. So those system changes are a combination of combo scaling. So sometimes the bigger combo might not be so much about like how many hits you get in a combo. It might be more about what hits you do, and especially what hit you use to launch. In which case, if that's true, then the heavyweights have an advantage there in theory, if they can hit with a big hit anyways. Another factor is the change to evade. They probably imagine that right now that change to evade canceling is gonna make Taka like people are gonna have to fight in Taka's face more. And because people have to fight in Taka's face more, maybe they're then they gave tools to force advantageous situations but guessing situations. So a lot of the stuff that they did was give characters ways to hit Taka into +10, which means you don't have guaranteed attack, but you do have guaranteed throw. But the thing is, Taka can still escape those throws. And so what they're trying to do is, it seems like they're trying to get more of this sumo game going on, and the grappling game being a part of it. That's what a lot of the changes were, aside from making it so that his stomp was we saw tonight, his stomp is both of his stomps are way less effective on Okizeme than they were before. They're pretty much not Okizeme anymore. I did not mind them personally. I just wanted it to be a little easier to tech roll in those situations, because I think he has an interesting Okizeme game. Because he's got low throw Okizeme, and the opponent doing a tech would have to kind of learn how to fight that. But I think it's a very interesting situation. But they pretty much took it out as far as I can see. So that was the main drastic thing they did on Taka. But then they give other characters ways to hit him in the +10. And by doing that, it just means like they don't get a flat combo. They get like the opportunity to throw him, and he has the opportunity to escape that throw. And that can always be layered with more defense, so it's not like he'd be losing to attack, because he'll just guard throw escape anyways. So I think that those changes are interesting. And again, you got to look at the bigger picture and how they fit. And when I see that, I'm like, well, okay, yes, they nerfed Taka, but did they nerf him to the ground? I don't think they did. I think he's still very strong. He's still playing strong VF. This is a game where you have many modes of play within the fight. You have many tools, and you want to master those different tools, but you also have multiple versions of each tool. You have multiple screwdrivers, multiple hammers, multiple wrenches, and they specialize in different ways. And so for me, the joy of playing this game is that there's not many bad moves. I honestly think less than 1% of the move list is actually bad. I honestly believe that more than 99% is useful in some way, and that I can find a decent reason to use it. Is it the best? Maybe not. But a lot of them are pretty useful. So because of that, I encourage people to just try stuff out, especially with moves that they really want to use, because you learn more things that way. But yeah. Alright, Spacetime has to leave early, no problem. I see, yeah, I hope you can fix that. Hopefully it's not the netcode issue, but I can understand that. They might have a smaller, thinner sumo guy in VF6. We'll see. I would like them to have Taka or a sumo, and I would like to see that expressed in that crazy new system they're doing. I think that has lots of room for expression, and I think that has lots of room for expression of its momentum and ground based. I think there's a lot of cool implications that can be done. Would it be, maybe should they do it as DLC because they, put separate time and resources into that character? Maybe. But I think it would be very interesting. Just like I think ultra lightweight characters will be very interesting in an environment that seems like it might have more momentum and might have more ground-based fighting. What would the super lightweight character do? I'm excited to see what they come up with. Now, of course, they've got the Flow Guard. It's a weird name, but they've got the Flow Guard system, and we'll see how that turns out. I like to think of the Flow Guard as being something like Tai Chi, but we'll see what it is. We'll see what it actually is. But probably the lightweight characters will be strong on the Flow Guard, whereas the middle heavyweights and the middleweights are probably going to be really strong on the crushing, on the break system. We'll see what happens. That said, I love this game, so this game will be one I play for so long. But yeah. Yeah, Baba says that Taka 1.10 1.1 is now a thinker's character. I think he has to think quite a lot. Yeah. But I do think VF is a thinking game. Yeah. Yeah, so I kind of agree with Just Miles where I'm like, well, the thing is it really is. Taka was like the extreme version of force guessing in a lot of his play, right? But Akira is in his own way too. Akira is like the closest to Tekken in this game, in the sense that like spacing, attack versus attack, defend, and tempo. But I just think, but Akira is so strong at it. It's like, wow. That he really forces you to defend, and then he's gonna break that defense. It's so cool. But it's really a lot of pressure. I will be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. We're gonna start on the 40-minute mark around that time. Jamie Lee Curtis? Hell yeah. Alright, awesome. We'll wait for you, Jamie Lee Curtis. We'll wait for you. Are you here? We will wait for Jamie Lee Curtis for sure. Okay? Don't worry about it. So in my view, I think it's mostly the newer generation Akira modes. You are not part, but you're a different breed. The Akira players that I think are having a tough time with this patch are the ones who kind of came in during Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown and maybe Revo as well. And a lot of them were using ECD a lot. They were using like an ECD flowchart. A very, like an option select flowchart specifically. And so the way they were using ECD, that's kind of why you would see them like evade into shoulder a lot or evade into force XP in the standing palm like a lot. And if they didn't get that, then they felt secure that Akira could still win as long as he ducked a high or a throw. And I think, and that's not exactly the traditional approach to Akira, but that is a valid approach in the Final Showdown and Ultimate Showdown and Revo era. But they can't use like that. The ECD change has totally made that really risky to do it that way. You want to be more accurate with your evasion now. That said, I think the evade cancel changes kind of benefit Akira in a way, because sidestep has got a lot more risk attached to it now, and Akira is good at beating that out, right? And so, and even if Akira plays like delay, his delay is really fast anyway, so it's still strong against ECD. But now he can play even extended delay and still probably win attack versus attack. It's just that for some players they were getting used to using ECD point blank range with Akira, and that's just kind of like that was like the bread and butter. I'm used to another style of Akira where the bread and butter is more of the dashing elbow. So yeah.
Round 2. Ready, go!
But it's, you know, in a similar case, right now, you know, since Kasana's here, you know, Aoi players in the Revo generation, Aoi was given what I would call training wheels. So what are the training wheels for Aoi? So in Revo, Aoi was given KPK. Like, it was made, her kick was made to be really good. And on top of that, among other things, and then her 4-3P was really, really good. Now, in the first version of Revo, 3P was maybe too good, but it's good that they upgraded, because Final Showdown, it felt kind of half-baked. But in Revo, 3P is a really strong move also. But the main thing is that they nerfed 4-3P a bit, and they nerfed and they tweaked KPK. And so what it is that the training wheels have been made a little less good. They're still good, but the thing is hardcore Aoi eventually climbing that skill ladder and fighting stronger and stronger opponents. Eventually, I do think that the Aoi player was going to have to fight, was going to have to develop a lot of other skills that traditional Aoi players have or have had to develop to fight that high level. And I think from the training wheels perspective, that creates an interesting dilemma, like at upper intermediate, where playing Aoi might get quite a bit harder or might be easier to be blind, that you really need to learn how to play those other ways to really hang in there at like the really high level, because you need to get good at all other forms of pressure and punishment, and you know, using the tools as a whole, and not just over rely on like KPK, for example. But KPK gave her something she didn't have before. And that thing she didn't have before, she didn't have a good way of whiff punishing, like when somebody whiffs just right in front of her. Before that, now and then in Revo she does. And KPK became an easy way to do damage. And that's the thing she lacked in Final Showdown. Like, so Final Showdown, she kind of had to set up damage, and she had to really kind of like understand a lot of VF. And she became like this really cool, awesome character at the high level, but hard to play, but really hard to get into. Revo made her very accessible by giving her options that work incredibly well, you know. So yeah, and so I do feel, but some of the AOE players kind of felt doomed by this patch because those particular tools got nerfed. But she's got other tools, and a lot of those players are strong enough that I think they are ready to build those other parts of the AOE game that are really like. There comes a point where AOE is. The terrifying thing about AOE at the high level is if she's got the read, she's very terrifying. She is really terrifying. If she can read you, it is a nightmare fighting an AOE that can read you. It's really a nightmare. Like, there's no feeling safe against it. She drives Akira players crazy, right? She drives Jackie players crazy. You know, because it's no longer good enough to just have good buttons or good attacks, you know, against Aoi. And if she's got the read, you're just like, oh gosh, you know, like, holy hell. You know. So I love fighting a good Aoi though. It's for me, Leon versus Aoi, even in Final Showdown, it's a really high level one. It's a very intricate dance. There's a lot of reading and conditioning going on all over the place. For me, it's one of the most fun experiences. So I love it. I love fighting that high level AOE that can do all kinds of stuff and is threatening you on every read. You know, that you never feel secure, but sometimes you feel you want to commit, and so you know, I like to gamble when it comes to VF. I don't gamble in real life, but when it comes to VF, I like to gamble. So it's me. Yeah. I'll explain the evade cancel when I get back. I'm going to get a quick drink of water, and then...
Round one. Ready, go!
Okay, so really quick, two scoops. The change was that basically when you do an evade and you get a failed evade, not a successful one, you know how like you have that gimpy sidewalk that's vulnerable to attack and throw when you have a failed evade? You can cancel it. You used to be able to cancel it like after 10 frames, so like on the 11th frame, you could do a dash or a crouch dash. Any kind of dash would cancel. It would cancel into that dash. Starting on the 11th frame. Now it's starting on the 14th frame, and there are different implications for this, but this means that like you could, at certain disadvantages, you could still do this evade cancel technique to avoid certain stuff, some of the half circulars that are slower, and you could avoid a lot of full circulars even though you did sidestep, right? And so that's what the change is that now it happens later, like 3 frames later, and that's enough to really that's enough to make some of the half circulars still strong. The half circular mix-up, like if you evade this way I can beat this, so then you try to evade that way but I can do this other option, so this would be a half circular mix-up. The half circular mix-up is stronger now as a result. Alright, we're gonna start the next league battle now, and we'll see how it goes. Let me see if there's any messages asking for change. Wait, hold on. Do we have Jamie Lee Curtis? Let me see. Yeah. I can't believe that name is allowed. I can't believe that name is allowed. I know that there are names that are not allowed. I can't believe that name is allowed, but okay. All right. The CC stance. The snort stance. 80 stance. You know. You know.
Round 1. Ready, go!
That's really cool.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Welcome to Strings, my friend. Enfang's Wolf is really awesome though. I'm really enjoying this fight very much.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Good game, Enfang. It's really fun. It's a very intense wolf. I'm having so much fun with that wolf. Good game, Enfang. Good game.
See? I thought I'm better.
So FC Racer says that Jamie's name is censored on the Switch. Okay, so the Switch can censor it. It's a Steam thing, huh? Steam is like, okay, fine with us. Oh, thank you very much. But also, good luck on your test, Jamie Lee. But thank you very much for fighting with us tonight. Okay. We weren't sure what kind of test you were taking at 3 a.m., you know. it could have been a stance test, right? So so you know, hopefully not a stance test, right? Sometimes that is a trick, is to join as spectator and then switch to player. But yeah. I'm really glad Enfing made it in here. It's awesome. Oh, Portland Axe couldn't make it in. No. Shows roster and everything, but I have had that issue, Portland Axe. I have had that issue. The issue where it's like where you come in and it's during the ping check that it crashes. Now that said, that is when we say that, like, if you see gray bars to jump out, that's because that's more likely to happen when you have the gray bars. Like, it's likely to happen in the middle of the league, that it'll crash out and we'll have to stop the league if the game doesn't move past that matchup too. But a lot of times patience and persistence usually pays off eventually, though, because we usually do get people in here that stick with it. But it's definitely a real test of patience. Yeah. It's, you know, fortunately it's the exception, it's not the rule, but we do see it. It's just, but it still happens too frequently in general, right? And I hope we don't have this issue. Yeah, good games, man. Good game. Scariest warm-up ever. Yeah. Oh, also you had a match with Just Monica and start. That's a scary first game. Alright, we got Kusano versus Enfang. Oh, we're not gonna get the replay. We're not gonna get the replay. I'm sad. Yeah, sinus test. Yep. Stance test, sinus test. I like the sinus test. That's an awesome way to put it. FC Racer, you did not mess up the room. It's not like that. This issue, it happened with the release of World Stage, and we think this issue, like, you know, people probably suspect that it's either it's the crossplay, the easy anti-cheat, a bit of both, who knows, but those all kind of came together at the same time, right? So now for Akai League, I believe from what Akai has observed and talked to people about, it doesn't really make too much of a difference whether it's on console or on Steam. You can run into these issues regardless on all of them. Same with the host, whether the host is on console or on Steam. It seems like this issue is possible. So we've tried to do a lot of different things to kind of see what we can observe, if there's any trends, you know. Some people have felt like after 10, but I don't know if it's because 10 is the number, or more likely that you're just more likely to run into that rough connection with you when there's 10 people in the room, right? And that's why some people get in the room quick and they might not see issues for the whole day, but then people trying to get in after a certain amount of people are in, that's like sample data, right? That's just by the odds coming in. So yeah. Don't worry, we are not stuck. Yeah. Okay, so FC Racer could not access the league screen. Oh, if you leave re-enter, you might not be able to play. I see. Oh, you might have had a rough connection with the player. I'm sorry. Now I know what's going on. I've seen that. Yes, FC Racer. I've had that issue too. That's the worst. I'm sorry. I know this is your first time dealing with this stuff too. But yeah, this has been like one of the challenges.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I'm lucky that I'm guessing right on these. That's because we are like devious types. Very good conversion. Oh no, I'm sorry, my friend. Sorry, not sorry, but good battle. Good battle. Lao stage is definitely my playground. I like ringing people out on this stage, and I like doing the wall too. So, but good games, Jamie Lee. Good games. I'm lucky I guessed right on those particular points. I was just like, I think we can get it here. I think this will work. So the first opening, I crouch dash in to do a delayed uppercut, right? That was the first opening. Second opening, I can't remember exactly. I think I know I went with the fast opening on the second opening because I was like, if I went with the delay in the first one, maybe I'll do a fast opening at the start on the second round. So against Leon, he has this low swipe, the half circle forward punch. And so if you get hit by that, you want to either guard or evade to where his front foot is. Those are the two main things you want to do. Because if you attack, the risk is really huge. If you attack after he forces you in the side turn, he can crumple you. But he also has a half circular. So the way to just undermine that is to guard or to evade to where his front foot is. If you do either of these two things, you cut down on a lot of his good options. And then, like, let's say he gets clever and he starts throwing you. Okay, then you can start doing a bare, but the bare still has a high risk. I still don't recommend doing a bare. But if you think that Leon's definitely going to start throwing after doing that low swipe, then by all means do a bare. But I think, like, you just don't want to crouch. You don't want to. You want to either evade or guard, and those two are pretty strong. Those are strong responses in that situation. I see. Two Scoops is giving a lot of insight. Nice. That is going to take a while to get used to. You have to override that Guibert with by just like practicing doing the combo or whatever it is you get. The mix up, if it is the mix up. Nice. Nice.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Yay! Leon finally rung Taka off on the stage. Oh, good game. It was a good fight, Baba. Good fight. Good games, my friend. So yeah, 1.1. I like 1.1, but here's the thing to understand about me with the evade canceling. I'm more likely to do the evade canceling at mid range, and I do consciously am trying not to overuse it either. But I also don't honestly think that I was overusing it before. If I saw the opponent was very slow to respond and like hesitated a lot, then I would use it a lot. But if I saw that the opponent was very sharp, then I'd be very careful about where I used it. And I was generally I was aiming to for successful evade more than just ECDing just because. And so I think that's why I'm not too worried about the ECD changes for me personally. I think the way that I play works, but also I think I can make the adjustment so that I'm less likely to get hurt by it. So Spacetime says, it looks like my guard button issue was a quick connect being loose. Oh, that happens. But I rotate my Sama buttons just in case. Okay, good. I'm glad it was just that. I hope it was just that. Well, I don't do it nakedly. It's just that I'm more likely to use it like see how I'll backdash evade here? So the other reason is because I'd use backdash evade more. And why would I do this against Sarah? Because of her range. Because she has to commit if she wants to reach. So I'll play like more mid-range. And when I'm mid-range, I'm more likely to use backdash evade as opposed to just like flat out evade. So yeah. And so, but it's also because I'm actually trying to evade, right? I'm not just doing it as an option select. And so I try to have a sense of like the timing of the opponent's attack and the decisions or sometimes the hesitation too. Very nice. Very nice. All right, here we go, two scoops. Let's fight. That was a really fun battle. I didn't intend to get up here, so when I knocked down, I intended to stay down and then roll. But again, the changes to the easy Okemi is now like I ended up teching when I didn't mean to. Good games, good games. And Woo Within, really happy to have this chat. Really, really good. I appreciate the questions a lot. And my pleasure, my pleasure. So, and it's because I do want to explain what I'm saying too. Yeah. So stuff like I tend to use dash into evade. It's a read. If the opponent likes to buffer, then okay, evading on the buffer is good. When people keep talking about when they keep using minus frames as the full justification for evading, I think they're missing half the picture. Evading is based on which frame you evade of the attack, which startup frame you evaded, that you started evading. And yes, that line, if your opponent buffers, that lines up with the minus, that's true. But in the neutral, then you've got this margin of error, because in this game, you don't want to sidestep before they attack. If you sidestep before they attack, you automatically fail. That's automatically a failed evade. A successful evade requires that you're evading either a startup frame or a hit frame if it's not hitting you, so a whiffed hit frame. So if you're far away and they attack, you could evade the hit frame, but those are the only things you could successfully evade. Startup frames or the active hit frames if it's not touching you. So, and then the successful evade is a 23 frames. It's flat 23 frames. So what it is when you evade someone, you're kind of invincible. And what happens is now they're stuck in recovery such a long time. So it's when you recover from your sidestep is going to probably be sooner than when they recover from their attack whiffing. and that's the advantage you have. So that is complicated. I know that saying it in verbal makes it more confusing as opposed to diagramming this out, but it's important to know that. So when the read then is that if someone's buffering a lot, then now evading on the buffer is good. Okay, but what if the guy hesitates a lot? Well, then it's not so good. And so I will do things to delay evading. I will dash and let it dash fully and then evade. I will adjust it myself. I'll stick a ruler out, so to speak, right? I'm like going, okay, this person doesn't exactly buffer. I'm not going to buffer evade because they're going to automatically beat me with a delay attack. But if they hesitate, then that's when you see me use like backdash or forward dash as a way to throw away frames and put myself minus. I could whiff if I want to and then evade, but my goal isn't to just always evade though. It's just that's how I measure the timing to evade. That's how I adjust to like, okay, my opponent does this. My opponent is like always delaying. Well, now we're playing a different game. But honestly, against delay, I'm likely to mash. Because delay attack is going to lose to me just like throwing stuff out there. You know, delaying is trying to beat me stepping. It's not trying to beat me mashing. You know, so that's kind of the trick. That's the tempo of Tekken and the tempo game. So see, I started with backdash evade. That's how I increased my margin. Now some opponents realize this, and so they'll just dash too. They'll crouch dash in like this, and then they'll go like and then they'll attack, right? Because they're trying to get me to fail evade, and then you know, like that. So that's when people start moving beyond the buffer is the starting point. It's not the end all, but you need to be able to buffer, because if you don't know how to buffer, you will lose to mashing. Like if you don't know how to buff, if you're not properly buffering, you will lose to low punch, rapid low punch, right? If you're not properly buffering, you will lose to a lot of things. And so you have to learn how to buffer. After that, then you can kind of learn how to respond to things and how to adjust the timing. And then you play a timing game like all the other fighting games. So yeah, but the buffering comes first, right? Very good. That was excellent. Right, so here's the buffer, right? Throwing the elbow right there. See, this is backdash evade. So backdash evade, because it increases my margin of error for doing a successful evade by throwing away a lot of frames and increasing the chance that they're probably in an attack by the time I evade. So yeah. Nice. All right, here we go. So, did the movement get nerfed? But does that mean that this game has no movement? No, you guys can see on full display, I'm still doing a lot of movement, right? And also, the most underrated movement option that's like the best one in the game is actually crouch dash forward. So this is crouch dash, right? See how like I'll hit him and then I'll crouch dash? And then I can respond and I can guard from the crouch dash. So I can guard like that, right? Like that. So it's like crouch dash and the guard, crouch dash and the guard. It's like, you want Mishima wave dash? You have it. You want Korean back dash? This is Korean forward dash. Right? This is Korean forward dash. I like that better. You know? So yeah, crouch dash can be canceled almost right away. Almost right away. But yeah, but here's the thing, there's no attack that's like 5 frames, and I think, you know, like so crouch dash in the guard is really strong. And you know what, the things that might hit you is a low punch. You can take a low punch, right? If somebody low punches you, you can actually still fuzzy guard. So what you realize is by doing this, nothing that's really major is going to hurt you. And even the small things shouldn't hurt you, but even if they do, they only hurt you a little bit. You can still fight after that. In fact, if they hit you with the low punch, you can fuzzy guard. Now that's weird, but if you're already in crouch dash, it's not much more effort to do another crouch dash. So this is the thing that people should understand about VS movement system. The benefits to having a guard button is that you're moving with one hand and you're guarding with the other. And if you can move and attack, you can move and guard, right? Now in this game, backdash cannot be guard canceled, so that's part of the risk of backdash. If you get hit during a backdash, you will get counter hit. And if you get side kicked during a backdash, they can do probably half your life. That's scary, I get it. On the upside, the backdash is good enough that if they are doing anything short range, which is most pokes, that backdash will cause them to whiff. And backdash in this game is actually very strong. It's just that it's risky, and a new player needs to learn kind of how to fight forward first, because that's actually the best chance they have at beating anybody, including strong players. Learning how to mix up, because that's the best chance you're going to have to win. And then when you get good at that, then players start to want to play the more spatial game that you're used to and the more tempo-based game that you guys would like to play. But that happens after you establish your threat in the mix-up. That you're like, I know what I'm doing. I know how to box, which is playing with speed and low risk. And boxing in this game is jab, low jab, elbow, throw, and defensive techniques like fuzzy guard, like crouch dashing, like guarding, guard throw escape, side step throw escape guard. All of these things, defensive techniques covered under one. Those are all defense. Jabs, high jab, low jab, elbow, throw. If somebody asks me what are the best moves in Virtua Fighter, jab, low punch, elbow, throw, and defensive techniques. This is the boxing of Virtua Fighter. And so the boxing is really important because it's how you can set pace, it's how you can establish threat. It's also, you learn a lot of the timing, and you learn all the good frames. All of the important frames are actually, when you dive deep into the boxing, they all give you ways to understand them. If a high punch interrupts, it's +8. That's big Nitaku. If a low punch interrupts, it's +7. But normal hit, it's like 5, 4. They can fuzzy guard theoretically, but it's hard to do on a reaction. But yeah. So see, in the opening, I use dash into sidestep, right? And that's based on like me thinking about what their timing is likely to be when in the opening, right? And this will probably has a higher chance of evading, but if he waits and does nothing, then there's a good chance I'll get hit, right? Like this. If he waits, if he does like a very slow delay, he will, especially in this game, or if he just predicts that, okay, he's like, okay, Chan-Chai's evading to the back, that means that I can do screw hook, right? Screw hook would beat that. And screw hook's fast, so no matter what, screw hook was going to beat sidestepping to the back. So generally speaking, I want to do sidestep to the front, and then with like the cancel against the back. I would say, like, you don't exactly have to know all the frames. You can know the categories and you'd be okay. But some people are good at memorizing frames, and others might not be good at memorizing them, so they might want to learn situations and practice the frames in the training mode, but then maybe just like kind of know what they're going to do in the fight as opposed to the frames itself. So, but if you can memorize frames, it's really good. I actually don't memorize all the frames that much. I know the general category. I know generally what it is because I've trained what I'm probably going to do in the fight when I see that move, or from fighting enough. And I'm like, well, this is what I'll do in the fight. But more importantly than the frames, if I watch if my opponent's buffering or not. I watch if my opponent is hesitating. If they're hesitating, I get more frames. And so if they're hesitating, I get to go for bigger stuff, you know. But if they're playing super sharp, now I've got to play frame tight, and I know how to do it, right? I don't have to memorize every number, but I have to at least have the experience, and I'm like, okay. Some people learn by doing it and the experience and memorizing like the general what it looks like, what it feels like. Some people memorize the numbers and can translate that right away. I'm in the middle. I do a bit of both, but my preferred way of gathering data is playing matches. Like, that's the kind of guy I am. I'm not saying you have to be. But if I'm being honest, I'm the guy who learns by playing, by doing it like a lot, and by being stubborn and trying to do it in the match, you know. So yeah. Yeah, lesbian Allen Iverson, awesome name always. Says I'm in the middle as well. Yeah.
Here comes my suplex.
I think this version's great. I think Fence, I think you like this version. Look, for Brad, his half circular game had to deal with ECD like a lot, right? And now his half circular game is more secure. His EX high is so much better now because of this change. Look at this. I like that. Very good. By the way, good to see you, Steel Baz. Hope you're doing really good, my friend. That's so. It is weird looking at that. That was such an awesome round. Guibert, that was an awesome round. Awesome round, awesome reads. Good. Awesome game, Guibert. That was a lot of fun. I had a blast with that fight. Good game, my friend. Good game.
You won't stay on your feet when you fight me.
Alright, we got a lot of good stuff here. Let me read what people said. Steel Baz, you know I don't mind playing offline Final Showdown. Final Showdown's still probably my favorite, if I'm being honest. But I do like this game. But yeah. Alright, LD Wells don't like this nerf no more. Understood. I think some of the changes have a little bit online, but I think they're offline changes. But I do think they have online stuff, like making certain stuff more punishable. Is partly that, but also because the way they were used even offline was kind of like some might say sketchy. I liked the way they were. Like, I like the eye pokes in this game, and I liked how they were, but sometimes they could really act like a jab against somebody that's really mentally stacked.
Round one. Ready, go!
Nice. I like that. Oh, I'm gonna eat this. No. Excellent. Good choice. I think I would have lost if they did the sweep follow-up here.
Round two.
Oh no, it's a different move. Nice. That's always good. That was really good. That was a really, really good round, Hat Person. I love that fight. I like that round a lot.
Ready, go!
Oh no! Alright. Okay. Good game, my friend. Good game. Good game. So lesbian Alan Iverson says one of the best parts of VF's design is how easy it makes frames to understand universally. I agree with that. That said, it does take the willingness to kind of learn many moves, but you start to see the trends. You see the trends, and you see like you're like, okay, there's a baseline to this, and then things are just plus and minus, like giveth, taketh, giveth, taketh. But it's really, it follows. Final Showdown really follows like a templating. Weaver says, if anything, I try to look into people's souls. That's a good one. That's a good way to read. Baba says, I play by feel. I do like to play by feel, very much so. Kasana says, damn, that was barely a game. I want my run back in the games. Fence says, I'm currently working on a video explaining what we lost and trying to show people what we've gained from these changes. That will be awesome, Fence. I haven't seen much of your video content, but I've liked it whenever you've done some. I know that I've liked stuff that you've put together, so I'm excited for that one. I think that's gonna be great. Weird says, you and me both for blah blah blah. Fence says, I see a lot of people really negative. People are naturally negative on changes that make them change, and so I think negativity bias is a normal thing, and so we go through this process, but you know. Hopefully we just don't go into doom looping, right? I just don't want to see a doom loop personally, but I'm always going to fight the doom loop. That's just, you know, how I am. But I am liking this version so far. I'm getting used to the accidental tech rolls, but yeah, but it's not happening that often. Tonight's only 2 times where I felt bad for it. Nice. Let's do this, agent. So if I block 6 XP, I think John is pretty good at doing backdash, but my Leon does have ways to fight that though. But right now, like a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm still elbowing right after I block your 6 XP. So nice. Very good. Alright, that was a good round. Good round, my friend. Let's do this. I love that. I like being able to duck under 6 XP. That's so cool. That's death. Very good round. Good round. All right, agent. Let's do this. Good game, good game. That was a really good fight. Yep, Cleaver said it good. Knowing some situations and what my other guy likes to do or wants to do is a pretty good start, 100%. Yeah, lesbian Alan Iverson said you learn the basics of the frames and you can see how it plays out in the match. So, yeah. Yeah, 4P is really fast. I do think John's arsenal should be pretty scary. The half circulars should be quite strong. Steel Vaz, I'm really glad you're doing well, man. I'm really glad you're doing well. It's always good to see you, and I'm really glad you're here. So thanks for all your support, and most importantly, thanks for your friendship, man. Really happy to hear from you.
Ready, go!
That was an awesome round. Awesome round. Good round. You know, Madam Yuki, the artist formerly known as Monica.
Ready, go! Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go!
She just uppercuts sometimes. Thought they would stop there, that was good. Always do the check if you hit though, it's safe.
Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go! Knockout!
Good game. That was such a fun battle, Monica. Very, very fun battle. Awesome, Brad. Keep it up.
See? I thought I'm better.
Dude, Cruz, your feel is really scary. I like the way Cruz's feel in games is very terrifying. I like it. But you know, I'm similar type. I'm a similar type. What happened here? Oh, we are still in lead. Okay. It's all good, DC Theo. I like the way you're playing. Keep it up. Keep it up. All right, congratulations, Guibert. That was awesome. Good fights, everyone. That was such a good battle. Let's keep it up. We're gonna do one more league battle after this. We'll start the league battle on the 40-minute mark. So go ahead and warm up. Take a break if you need to. Get some water. Get some fresh air. Walk the dog. Get some food. Whatever. But we will start the next league battle on the 40-minute mark.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Sorry you got booted out of the room. Blah blah blah.
Knockout! Round 2.
That person says, I will take the comedy option if things look grim for you. I understand, and you are that type, and I like it. I love that person's sense of humor, and always have. But now that I've met them in person, I like it even more. So, you know, so now that I've met you in person, half person, I like your humor even more than I did. So, but yeah. Thinking does take a toll. So, in this game, I do manage my mental state a lot, but I don't need it to be in one place. I work with it. There are ways to play when you're not thinking so hard, but you're reacting. Usually, you react faster when you're not focusing, when you're not being so conscious on everything, or conscientious especially. But but there are times when it's good to be more conscientious and to make focused decisions because they're likely to be the correct decisions. But it really depends. And sometimes it's, you know, sometimes I'll fight a slow opponent, and sometimes it's better for me to take my time with what the time they give me. And then sometimes I fight a fast opponent, and they're trying not to let me have room to think. So then sometimes I might just have to trust in my training, and then try to outplay them, or I find a way to slow them down so that I can do a more thinking person's game. So sometimes the person that likes to play on speed, a lot of times finding ways to slow them down and forcing them to guess usually works in your favor. Whereas the person that is contemplative and is really super patient, sometimes it's good to rush them, sometimes it's just good to make them uncomfortable with the options they like to do. So, yeah, it's strategy, right? But this game pushes the player on... really pushes the player on both fronts, on whether they want to play very conscious or whether they want to play reactive. And it's good if you're managing, you understand that you're managing both and you're choosing how far in either direction you're going. So thinking does take a toll, and that's why mashing sometimes works against thinking, because thinking might not respond as fast as it needs to and stuff. Okay, so that's good. So Lesbian Allen Iverson said, what I meant about seeing it in play out was rather there's often visual language to how plus or minus something is besides just hit sparks or lack thereof. I agree. That's true too. I do think VF's visual language is a little trickier because it kind of goes by pretty quick. Whereas I think a lot of other fighting games have really good visual language because they'll do stuff like an exaggerated uppercut. And there's just the way that it's conveyed, and the stun itself is conveyed in this particular way. In VF, it's there, but it's really fast. And sometimes in the VF history, some animations are a bit more dynamic, and so that can make it a little more noisy in terms of like understanding what's going on. But I think VF has conveyed it in many ways, though. So VF has traditionally used sound because you can hear a counter hit. You know, and you could hear an evade, right? And it was the arcade era, so it really went loud and distinct. The hit sparks were added later, and I think they've definitely gone back and forth when it comes to how they want to convey like guard stun, because in Virtua Fighter 3 they made it so that if someone did like a spin kick and you blocked it, they'd get jammed. And that to them was supposed to be a bigger deal, but then they worried in VF4 that caused a sense of the game being slow. And that's a complaint people do have for many generations of VF, right? So VF4 definitely was one where casual observer would say this game feels fast, and part of that is because they let like sweeps and spin kicks phase through most of the time. And so, but then Final Showdown was the one to bring back the whole, if I do a spin kick and you block it, it's really stuck there, you know? That was in Final Showdown, not even Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla. That was and not VF5R, it was Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown in 2010 that did that, you know, that brought it back from the VF3 days. So yeah, so, you know, they're always trying to figure out what they want to do with the visual language, and I do think the next VF, so much attention is definitely being paid to visual language. I believe that. I can't help but believe that, though, because of the direction that they've kind of signaled that they're doing. So the next VF is going to be doing it's going to do dynamic animations, yes, but I think it's going to try really hard to really create a visual vocabulary so that the player really gets it. Now, I think one of my training habits has helped me because when I play on stream, most of the time I don't hear the game audio. Like right now, I don't hear the game audio. And I play without audio almost always. But I also saw this as a training because I didn't want to get too reliant on audio. And when I hear the audio, yes, I react faster, that's true. But I think I've been able to download that visual language better. I've been able to understand the visual language that Lesbian Allen Iverson talked about because I've been playing the game without audio, like a lot, and competitively, right? So, And that's why, like, at Tiger Uppercut, when I was with Mike from Australia, the owner of VFDC, and we had our match, he was surprised when he was like, don't you have a problem? Because, like, right now my headphone's not working. And I was like, no, I actually train without audio. He's like, what? you know? And I was like, yeah, I play enough tournaments. I don't want to be reliant on the audio, you know? So I feel like it's a bonus to have the audio, and it makes me sharper. But if I can play without it, I think that makes me sharper too. So, you know. So, yeah. Hey, DC Theo, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And love the videos. Gonna remind everybody to wash their ass when they go to a tournament. Wash your ass. You know. And I do think shower stamps is a good idea to put on the badge. You know, it's like, okay, you earned the shower stamp because we have verified you are clean. You are clean to go into the tournament. You know. So, Baba, thank you so much. Thanks always.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Alright. Guibert, when you find Zen, I think your play is going to be even stronger, but I really like the way you play. Keep working on that Zen. But at the same time, it's not healthy if you bottle it up too hard. It's just sometimes, how do you rechannel it? Where do you put it? And can you put it in a place that's going to give you the positive effects, but not the negative effects? And I hope you find that perfect balance for yourself. And maybe you already have. So yeah. A lot of people fight dirty against Taka because Taka forces the guessing game very hard. Like, strong Taka players make you feel that guessing game so hard that a lot of people get panicked when they fight Taka. They don't like it. They feel like, some people feel like it's up to chance, it's up to reads, but it's like, but you're gambling, and you really feel it when you fight Taka sometimes. So yeah. Yep, and Lesbian Allen Iverson also said the use of sound is actually part of why they gel with this game so well. I'm happy to hear that, and I think so. I love the sounds in this game. So it's only because of training and because of stream setup that I don't listen to it when I play. But I personally love hearing the game. And when I do play without the audio, I actually hear the game sound, so to speak, from what I see. So. Oh no, Guibert. Yeah, so Guibert hasn't been able to join. All right, Johnny Danger, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. We will start the next league battle in 4 minutes, so yeah. But thank you very much, Johnny Danger. Really appreciate you. Yeah, and Just Miles likes it when it does convey the blocking, right? So communicates the effect of blocking a move like that without having to know frame data. I do agree with that. And that was their intention. They wanted it to say like, hey, you should go ahead and attack. But I think what they found was people still wouldn't attack right away sometimes. But eventually they do. Yeah.
Round 2. Ready, go!
And with reference to VF6, I want to believe in that too. The trailers were great so far. Yeah, I really believe it's going to have a real, probably a rich visual vocabulary. I think the audio, I'm looking forward to what they settle on the audio. I do think it would be good if their audio is tuned for this more modern new audience. I'm not saying I want to sound like Tekken, but I want them to come up with an audio language that is very much the immersive experience for the cinematic player, the home player, right? It should be, even though it's home context, it should be cinematic. Right, it's true. Virtua Fighter does have classic arcade, and I wouldn't mind if there was an option to have arcade style audio design. Though that's expensive to do because you have to another engineer doing that, another sound guy doing that, or sound team doing that. But I would love it if they had both. Like it was optional, but we'll see what they do. Maybe we'll see what they do. But this game should be, honestly, it should be pretty cinematic yet amazing play. That's the goal, I think, right? should be incredibly cinematic in a way, epic, like just really feel awesome and immersive, while also being very fun to play. The fun to play is the most important part. Yeah, and satisfying to play is also important. And satisfying to play is definitely how I feel about VF. But we'll see how they accomplish their mission in this next game. So Hypergraph hasn't been able to join. No, I'm sad to hear that. It's been tough. So we got a lot of people confirming that they're having trouble getting into the rooms. So the room problems do seem to still be work in progress. They have heard, but we're gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep telling them. I'm going to keep reminding people that the official VF Discord is definitely the place where I've seen Sega most responsive to feedback. 100%, full stop. And one of their producers said so as much recently, you know, or at least more or less implied that that's very true. It's like if you got something to say about the game that like you really want, you know, fixed or whatever, you know, go in that official Discord and put that feedback in. It does get read, it does get sent upward. It probably gets collected with other stuff, but and put together in a report, but it gets sent to the team. So yeah. At least that's what I believe. I don't know their full process. Alright, oh no, Enfeng, we'll have to chat a bit later about that, but thank you very much. I really enjoyed our fights, Enfeng. I do think that training without the audio does heighten my awareness of the sound once I do hear it, yeah. That's my experience. So, yeah. That was what Lesbian Allen Iverson was saying, was speculating or positing. Portland Access shower stamps will bring us into the new golden age. Let us hope. Let us hope. But I mean, you know, there's gonna be bad actors, bad showers, but let us hope that the shower stamps will help us. You know. But you know what? Like I said, sponsored deodorant, shampoo, and shower soap really did do wonders for PAX in 2011 or so. Such a big difference from the year before. The year before was like, oh, I felt like I was dying in there. I couldn't breathe. It was pretty rough. But then the next year smelled so much better because it was all in the swag bag. I'm sorry, Enfing. Alright, we're going to start the next league battle now, the last one. So this is the last one for the night. I'm glad that Portland Axe is here with us. Welcome, my friend. I'm glad you're here with us. Portland Axe boss. Hell yeah. Alright. That said, they are giving us a test case. However, I get a green bar with them. It does say it's wireless, but I am happy to be playing with them. But it's... we'll see how it plays out, but for me, in my experience, it's been fine. We're also, Mind's Eye also is indicating wireless. Now that said, others have told us that there are false reports. Sometimes they're on a wired connection, but it says wireless. Sometimes the player might not know if it's their system, like if their system doesn't switch it over. Steam Deck can do that too. Like Steam Deck, there is a setting in there to where, for whatever reason, it just doesn't get onto the wired. But I've had the opposite experience. I've had it where once mine is docked, it will not be Wi-Fi at all. So we'll see. Okay, we're gonna stop this and we'll start it over, I think, but I'm stuck. The room has crashed, so... the room has crashed. I've been disconnected. I will create a new room. That's something else. Okay, you guys ready? I'm about to create a new room. About to create a new room. The room is open now. Come on in. If you come in early, it seems like it usually works out better for you, because the people coming late are the ones trying to find a good connection and try to get that working one by one. You go ahead and spar while we queue up. We'll do about like 2 more games. Guibert, now is the time to join if you're not in another room. But yeah. Yeah, Enfeng says that crossplay is just so unoptimized, it's always bound to have problems like this. That's what it's, I mean, it definitely seems to add a lot of complexity. Like a lot, so yeah. Sir Hixalot, good to see you. Happy to see you, my friend. So Lesbian Ellen Iverson said a good point. Says they can make something in the spirit of the series while still modern in terms of the sounds. I think so too. I hope so. I do think that's a hard challenge, but it's very doable, and it's been done many times with many beloved franchises, right? Like Super Mario movie had a really good soundtrack, right? And yeah, it was very cinematic soundtrack. Stuff like that, so we will see what they do with the new Virtua Fighter soundtrack. But Sega has an awesome sound team, sound studio. So does Persona. I'm listening to too much Persona music these days. I see Pronax playing on keyboard, sounds good. Keyboard is fine. Alright. Half person, are you in? Let's see, good. It's fine. Don't worry about the red. We're only worried about the grays. We're only worried about the grays. That's good. See? See how it starts to ping better? I do miss Stagger a lot, Weaver. I'm okay, but I do miss them. Just Miles, I don't think Sega has ever said this is the last update. We will see. If anything, their moves keep signaling ongoing support for this game. And so I think, honestly, they keep signaling that they're continuously supporting this game, at least until, you know, the new VF comes, but even then, maybe they will. Especially when they label this as VF, as Legacy VF. And so Legacy VF has potential, like if the fans keep supporting it, they may continue to support it in some capacity, even after the new VF comes out, because they're drawing this line between Legacy VF and the new Virtua Fighter. And so, you know, so we'll see what they do with that. That said, I think right now in North America and in the West, or at least in America especially, we are seeing like newer people getting into VF. That's exciting. Because it's true that like in other places, it does feel more like VF is aging. But here, it's a lot of new people that happen to be similar age as the people that are into it, but actually quite a bit younger. So at least now we've got quite a lot of 20-somethings that are really strong at the game, but like, and even teenagers. But I think there's hope, because here we've seen that, and in Japan we do have a new generation, just not as, it's just that, you know, the older generation is like quite dominant, but we do have new generation, and that's exciting too, right? You know, I love actually Yasokami, Vegito. After this game we'll start the new league battle. Vegito, players like that, and then Mr. Grappo, fans like that, and so we at least have that. But in the West, we're seeing quite a lot, especially because COVID had like kind of gotten a lot of people to learn a fighting game, right? And then a lot of people got the fighting game bug. Now that said, there's limited legs to that, but that's still growth, and that's still new generation, and I do think with the new VF, that has the potential to have a real new generation of players. So I'm very, very optimistic and excited. We will see. Oh, thank you very much, Sir Hicks, a lot. Man, thanks for sharing. Thanks for spreading the love of VF. Thanks for teaching people in your local scene. It's really important to do it. It's really important to do it.
Knockout.
All right, you guys ready? We're gonna start the next league battle. FC Racer would love to have you as a commentator at LA Gathering. It's now in like I think October 23rd-ish, that weekend, but it would be Friday and Saturday. But I really hope you can make it there, and I would love to. I would definitely ask them to put you on the commentary, and I think they would. I think it'll be a lot of fun too. I think it'll be so much fun.
I won't lose.
So,
Round one. Ready, go.
man, Mind's Eye, that's awesome.
Knockout.
All right.
Round two. Ready, go. Knockout.
I feel like if I let up on Mind's Eye, they're gonna wreck me. So, this is intense.
Go.
Good game, my friend. Good game. Thank you very much, Mind's Eye. All right, keep it up.
Forgot to train, eh?
No problem. I don't mind. I don't mind trying out the Wi-Fi connection, and but that said, I do hope next week you do bring that you're able to be on wired. That would put people at ease. But again, let's try it out. Let's see how it goes. As for me, I don't mind playing against Wi-Fi personally, but I make adjustments. I take everything as a training opportunity. So I know that's not what I expect people to do though, but that is what I do. So. But also, I fought on good Wi-Fi connections, surprisingly. So.
You'd better take me seriously. Round one. Ready, go.
Very nice. I really okay. 80s Jobber's got awesome skills here. Really good stuff. All right, here we go. Let's do this. This is a fight. This is a good fight.
Round three. Ready, go.
good game, 80s Jobber. Good game. You didn't have the best connection, but I enjoyed the fight regardless, and I like your Aoi.
See? I thought I'm better.
So Isa CU was asking about Tampa Never Sleep. Tampa Never Sleeps did do VF last year. We will see if they do it this year. I really do like them, so, and I like the job they did. But we'll see what. But I haven't seen if they're doing anything this year for VF.
Pushover, sweetie.
You'd better take me seriously. Round one. Ready, go!
Hey, good to see you, Calamity. Hope you're doing good. How are you liking this patch? How has 1.1 been treating you, Calamity? Always so good to see Calamity.
Ready, go!
Oh, that was really cool. That was really good. Good round.
Round three. Ready, go! Round four. Ready, go!
Yeah, earlier, Calamity, I actually explained to people why the evade cancel nerf doesn't affect me as much, because the way that I use evade is a little different, right? I do use it a lot if the opponent is hesitating a lot, but I don't use it that much. But it's like a micro read on where to use it, where not to use it, and also I'm trying to use successful evade even when I use evade crouch dash. Like, my intention is to actually evade, and so not to just option select it in, right? I'm not trying to option select. I'm actually trying to evade whenever I use it, but also because of my use of spacing. Because at mid-range, because I backdash, because if the opponent delays, then I might delay evade, right? If the opponent buffers, then I'll buffer evade, you know, that kind of thing. I think you and I are kind of like that, right? Like, you and I, well, Lau, you kind of have to learn to play that way, actually. Like, Lau, you already kind of had to learn to play that way. You didn't really just ECD for no reason with Lau, I think, because he's not exactly that kind of character. He doesn't like high crush the way people do. He punishes, he doesn't high crush, right? Like, in the same way, you know? And I think that's where, like, some of the recent gen Akiras have trouble because they were relying on the Akira crushing and doing, like, setting up shoulder from ECD, you know? But that's not really, like, very good. I also like FC Racer's instincts. So what are some of these instincts that FC Racer has? FC Racer has the instinct of spotting if somebody is guarding a lot. And when they do, that's when you saw FC Racer switch to jab into option, right? Because they're just like, you're trying so hard to look for something, so I'm just gonna jab because it's plus on block.
Excellent.
you know. And I thought that was it's just really, really awesome feel and sense and experience in that. That was an awesome battle, FC Racer. That was so much fun. Welcome back. Welcome back, my friend. I had so much fun with that game.
I want a serious fight.
I do think this patch will make you a better Akira player. I agree with that. I really, really do. There's a reason that some of us old heads have a bias towards the dashing elbow and like the linear approach to Akira. Because he's just so good at winning attack versus attack. Like, he just scares you off of wanting to attack, and then he punishes you for guarding, you know? And he makes you scared to sidestep, and this makes it even more scary to sidestep, you know? But he already, like, his super dashing elbow was legit frustrating to deal with, because you would evade cancel and still get hit by that thing. You would delay evade, still get hit by that thing. And you just didn't have a... You always felt like he was outguessing you when with delay versus buffer, but he probably was accidentally doing either. You know, so but it's just like the negativity bias stacks up and it becomes a lot of pressure. And so the Akira like dashing elbow game is very the Akira like core game is very scary. It makes you doubt it makes you doubt yourself on whether you can hit him or not. That was good. Nice block. Very good. I know that like a kick is coming there. I'm always like, I'm gonna go for a kick. They're gonna go for a kick. That was an intense round. Intense round, that person. I don't know why we keep getting loud stage, but I'll take it. Showing you all the tricks from Liam. Oh, crud. Nice conversion. Alright. Good round, good round.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Nice. Nice. That's a good game. Good game. That was a lot of fun. That was so much fun. Oh, I'm glad that I evaded the flip kick. So good. That flip kick would have been very scary if I got hit by that. So yeah, good game. I see Portland X. I'm so sorry that got dropped. Let's see. Yeah, free knockdowns make Akira a happy man. Yeah. No, seriously, super dashing elbows, like... It's like when the Akira players are not using it that much, but some of them use it precisely now. Like Setsuna might not use super dashing elbow like a lot, but he's very precise when he uses it, and it's very scary. You're probably like, it's not precise, it's Akira. It's not precise, it's super dashing elbow. You know, anybody can stab something with a spear, you know, but it's really good. Setsuna's super dashing elbow scares me, so yeah. He does love his 3P plus K both from standing and crouching. That is going to be something he might have to adjust, but still, it's all good. It's still good moves. Yeah, guard break got buffed. I do not like this change to Akemi. I did not mean to Akemi that. I did not mean to Akemi that. I was like, what the hell?
Round 2. Ready, go!
I do need to find all the places that 2K K plus G works as a combo finisher because it looks so cool.
Ready, go!
That was really good, Kisano. Very good. Alright, here we go.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Oh, that's sick. Got Burning Hammered. I thought it was a low throw. Oh, that was so good. Good game, Kasana. Got out hit on all that. So good. That was so much fun. So that is the thing. Like now on Wake Up in offline, you have to have dead buttons. Like if you're playing on an arcade controller, you have to have buttons that are bound to nothing, because you're gonna have to use them to disguise your Wake Up option. Like you're gonna have to make all Wake Up options sound alike. And you already kind of had to do it, but it was easier to do it before. Now this is kind of harder to do. Now with the new Okemi system, it's kind of like, yeah, because you don't want to Ukemi and then commit to an attack. That's the hard part. So there's this frustrating aspect to that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But having dead buttons would help because it just creates noise, and that will be the signal disruption. Yeah, no, so I fully agree with Just Monica with what they're saying. I felt that pressure too. Just Mouse says, on the subject of Persona, my son has been playing Persona 3 Remake and loves it. I love that game, yes. Persona 3 Reload is so good. You guys see it in the background right behind me, over my shoulder here. So, yeah, it's so good.
You'd better take me
The
seriously.
soundtrack is amazing. It's awesome. It does a lot of heavy lifting, but it's so good. It just sets such good moods. Oh man, or vibes.
Ready, go!
Very good use of double uppercuts. Very good.
Knockout.
Merkster, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again.
Ready, go!
Good. You're getting used to that Jit 1 too. Very good. So here's the trick. A lot of low attacks are minus on hit. That's why I can elbow you right away after taking the hit. So even though you hit me, you slash my ankles, I just go ahead and strike back at you right away. Now some opponents don't, so you should mix up if they don't. But if they do attack right away, then you can start playing games with that by using other forms of defense like backdash or evade. Keep it up, Oblivion. Very nice, very nice. I see. So Just Miles was never a Shin Megami Tensei. I do like it though, but yeah. But get it right, everyone loves it. That said, I think there's a big distinction between Persona and SMT, right? Because there's definitely a lot of people that are SMT and not Persona, and a lot of people that are Persona that don't know what SMT is. So, no Mega 10. That was a good fight. Very good fight, Agent Oblivion. That last round was very good. Keep it up.
What a knucklehead.
No, dude, Kisano, you earned that win. Dude, you totally earned that win. Those were really good stuff. Wolf plays like that. Wolf plays like that. You earned that win. Really good. You out-hit me. You controlled the situation pretty well. Whether you knew it or not. But your play controlled the situation very, very well. It was really good. So that was a very strong Wolf play. So keep it up. Yeah, it's fair to group them all together. They're technically supposed to be, but yeah. But it's all good. Man, alright, thank you all so much. You guys can keep playing in this room. I am going to call it a night, but I had a great time with all of you and really appreciate you. Play more VF. I know that sometimes the rooms can be a bit rough. Have a balanced diet though. That diet is one, rooms like this, always awesome, but make sure you find sparring partners so you can do direct matches with one-on-one with people. You're going to get the best experience that way. You're going to get a lot of good rewards. You're going to get stronger playing that way, but you're also going to have more fun playing that way. And then 3, yes, it is good to put either ranked or world stage, one of those two, whether it's single player world stage or ranked. It is good to have these in your diet, in your fighting game diet, in your VF diet even. But and if ranked is just not finding anybody, which it should, right now it should be pretty populated, but if you're having trouble or you're at some crazy hour that nobody's playing, then you can do world stage. And world stage, the progression in world stage should be, yes, first you play to win. After that, if you're winning, if you find that you can win like all the time almost, then you need to challenge yourself. Expand on your move list, like try to make more use of your character's moves, of different moves you don't use. Try to improve yourself in some way, or just try to have fun. Try to challenge yourself to make it work with the way the AI is playing or whatever. But this will make you a better player too. Challenge yourself to build your responses even when you get hit. Get numb to being hit. It's a video game. So when you get hit in the game, it's not like real life where you're in insane pain. In a video game, when you get hit, it's just numbers. In a video game, when you get hit, it's just a state and numbers. And if you can see it that way in the fight, you'll start making better decisions, both when you get what you want, but also when the opponent gets what they want. You can still make decisions. The amazing thing about Virtua Fighter for me is you can fight your way out of a paper bag. The reason I don't really agree with saying it's a turn-taking game is because it's always your turn and it's always their turn. Always. Like, there are other games where once they've locked you in the sequence, you really have to respect it and then guess the time when they stop doing it so that they can try to get something better out of it. But that's turn-taking. This game, it really only does that during combos, right? It doesn't really do it outside of that. Okizeme, you can win. You guys have watched me play enough now. You should know that you can win even on the wake-up side of Okizeme. Even if I'm cornered, you'll see me fight out of a corner sometimes. And it's just that the thing is checkmates are exciting, but VF doesn't really have checkmates. The only way you checkmate your opponent is that you've got such a good read on them that you're just outguessing them at every stop, and that's not really a checkmate. That's not a checkmate by chess's own definition, right? A checkmate's an absolutely locked win, and there really isn't much absolutely locked wins in this game. It can feel that way, But that's not really what happens in this game. You can always fight your way out of a situation in this game. This game lets people be defiant if they want to, but you can of course be defiant with defense as well. But you can definitely be defiant with attacks, with crushes, with Sabaki, with evades. But evade is a defense too. So, you know, in this game, it's important to understand that guarding is just one of many defenses. It's one of many defensive options. And parry, just one of many defensive options. Movement, sidestep, backdash, forward dash, these are all actually helpful in some ways as a defensive alternative to guarding. And sometimes attacking is really good because you know your opponent's going to try to throw you. And throw escape doesn't punish throws. Throw escapes mitigate throws. It does 0 damage. Attacks actually punish throws. So if your opponent is blatantly always attacking predictably, then you may feel compelled to punish them with a combo, because that would be very good for you. That's the kind of game Virtua Fighter is. But what does advantage mean? What some people might call a turn in this game, but I don't, right? Advantage just simply means that your attacks are better than their attacks. If they were to be the same frames, then your attacks would be better on the same frames, right? When I have advantage, my elbow should be better than your elbow. My low punch should be better than your low punch. And if I'm really plus, my launcher should be better than your elbow. Something like that. That's what advantage means. Advantage just means that I can win attack versus attack. But it also means, but then if the opponent knows you're going to attack, they should defend. And the main defenses we're worried about is them moving or guarding. And if they do either of these two things, throw right away would work. And then there are other ways for us to crack their defense with attacks, but it's a little harder, but it works. And at the same time, being minus doesn't mean you stop, it just means you play with the minus. So this is a game where when someone puts you in a big disadvantage, you still get to do stuff. You still get to hurt them, actually. That's a very big difference, I guess, because not every game will feel that way. But I think more and more fighting games do. But this game really lets you do a lot of different things to do that. So get numb to getting hit. Get numb to it, because you want to make just as good decisions when you get hit as when you get the hit on them. It shouldn't be, I make good decisions when I get what I want. You want to get very good at making good decisions when they get what they want. That's the power in this game. That's why it feels like that's why it feels like martial arts fighting, right? If you watch an old kung fu flick, they're fighting back and forth, they're striking, defending, it's moving. That's what VF is trying to emulate, right? Yeah, like I said, everyone got a plan until they get punched in the face. Yeah. So real life, yeah, it hurts, and so you have to fight that feeling. But the only damage that they can do to you really is emotional damage. Try not to lose to emotional damage. You know? And I think this game can help improve your mindset in so many ways, as it has helped improve my mindset in many ways. So more for why I love this game. I hope this makes sense to you all, and I hope it's hopeful sounding. Some people are like, "Oh, that sounds uncomfortable." You know, it's like, okay, but you're playing a fighting game. You know, but, you know, like bring the fight to the fighting game, right? Just Miles is a Tekken 8 Season 2 truther. Yeah. Well, we had a good nuanced discussion about that. You know, one of the nuanced discussions is that, okay, so heat is the contentious topic. We're not talking about the tempo fight in Tekken, but heat, right? What is the scary thing about heat? The scary thing about heat is, like, is that it's your choices is your guess means you either take a lot of damage or you take no damage or you take very little damage, right? But in VF, when you're in a mix-up situation, it's actually like, yeah, it could be that way, but you can actually defy them. Like you could actually like sucker punch them in this game because if your defense is strong enough, they'll eventually want to throw you, and when they throw you, if you can get a read on it, that's when like you can really do like half their life with a combo, right? But then, if you keep doing that, they're just going to launch you because, well, you know, you're asking for it then. You know? So, and that's the core of the mind game. That's the rock, paper, scissors nature. Whereas, and that's also why I don't really call it a 50-50, but there's other reasons too. Even if it was just that, it's not a 50-50 also because the damages are different and because your opponent's decisions are not 50-50. You know, so I just think 50-50s are bad odds because people take them to mean I should just like flip a coin and do what I want or do what the coin says. And I'm like, that's not good strategy either, because if one of them does like more damage than the other, you probably want to just cut out the higher damage one a little more, right? But then if there's a hack, and then VF there's a lot of hacks, then you use the hack, right? He keeps doing mid-low mix-up. Well, if it's not the Okizumi situation, then I could evade. Evade would probably beat both this mid and this low. That's not really a good mix-up anymore if I evade. Tekken has very interesting guessing games though, and it's really cool. And Tekken gets the player straight into the tempo wars. That's really cool. VF doesn't get into the tempo wars until you get really good at the basics of this game, until you get good at the rock paper scissors aspect, and until you get good at buffering. Because when you get good at those, if you're good enough, you start threatening your opponent to where they don't want to play this game with you anymore. They want to start playing the Tekken game, like spacing and timing, right? And now you guys start playing this game, and it's a little different, but also in VF, when you start learning which hits I can take, but as a trade, I can do more damage potentially, and you start playing that way, when you start going, yeah, low punch me all you want, I'm gonna like try to kill you on the thing after you hit me with low punch, you know, then that's when this game like starts having a little bit more tempo wars or crazy decisions on risk versus reward. Like I can take this hit as long as I can get to this other hit against them, you know. And so, but Tekken has that too. It's just, I'm saying there, Tekken's guessing game happens after both players have established how good they are, and when the tempo wars are kind of going nowhere, right? Then you start going crazy. You start doing crazy stuff to kind of get a reaction, to get them to do something that's like off script, right? You try to make this an off script battle. Virtua Fighter, you kind of go into the guessing game like from the start, and so you have to learn to guess first, and then you can, and as you master all these little skills, then you start getting into the, okay, I'm gonna focus on recovery hitting, or I'm gonna crouch and I'm gonna accept like fast hits, but I'm gonna definitely react to slow hits, and they can't throw me because I'm crouching. But crouching is only good when you're good at those things first, because if you're not good at those things, they'll just destroy you. I'll just elbow and mix you up. So what would make me stop doing elbow mix up, or what would make me more predictable? If you damage me on that mix up, if you go screw me, no screw you, and it's like, I know when you're gonna try to throw me, so I'm gonna get you to want to throw me, and then I'm gonna launch you. When you get good at that, now I'm gonna want to play the Tekken game. You know, now I'm gonna be like, oh, okay. Unless I have a life lead, then I'll do it more, and when my life gets low, then I'll do it less, right? And I'll be more likely to play tempo, speed, delay, watching, reacting, you know. But that happens after like threats established on the guessing game. And so I think that's my impression, anyways, that of where these two games are awesome, but that's where they're kind of different a bit, and why the conversation online was basically how the Tekken Heat mix-up is not the same as as Virtua Fighter's Nitaku, because that one really is like you know, barely live or die, man. Pick one. You know, that's what it feels like being in Heat. That's why a lot of players hate Heat, right? And it's just like, boom, it's in your face, and it's like, you know, barely live or die. Which one are you going to take? You know, guess right. You know, it feels like Russian roulette. You know? So. Hey, Zach Frost, good to see you. Well, I'm just finishing up for the night, but it's been a lot of fun. Had a great time today, and you know, just chatting all kinds of stuff, and just enjoying everyone's company. Thank you all so much. It's a lot of fun, and yeah, you know, play more VF, even though sometimes the rooms get a bit rough. But fortunately, Rank doesn't seem to have as much of this issue, I think, and again, find sparring partners, whether it's through these league battles or whether it's sometimes extending a hand in rank. Sometimes you feel that an opponent and you probably are a good fit, and that's really great when you find those two. I don't play ranked much these days because of my time, but I do like playing ranked, and I've made a lot of friends over in ranked as well. And you know, like but that said, ranked can definitely be probably the most toxic environment too, so that's why I'm also saying your diet should not just be ranked. You should try to mix your diet, and sometimes include single player stuff or training mode if you want, whichever you prefer. I think World Stage Mode is my favorite single player mode in fighting games, period. Like, it is because it gives me a lot to work with. It gives me a lot of different sparring partners, and I get to do a lot of different stuff, right? If boxers can get better punching a punching bag, and Wing Chun practitioners like to use the Wing Chun dummy, right? And everybody's using tools, well, these are all tools to help you as well. And World Stage gives you like a rich, it gives you opponents that are going to use a lot of different moves, a lot of different characters, keep you on your toes. And it's got a fun progression that just encourages you to keep going forward a bit. And you could complete it if you want by fighting every opponent, all 1,000 plus opponents in there, and it, you know, tells you what percentage of opponents you fought. And so, like I said, just winning is the beginning of the journey. It's not the end. So yes, focus on winning first. But if you find yourself winning like a lot, then challenge yourself to win in other ways. Challenge yourself to build skills. Look at the long-term mastery instead of just the win. The win is just a metric. It's just one of many metrics. But yeah, where I'm at, if I fight an opponent, I can usually tell how strong they are pretty quickly, or at least I see signs of it, and I kind of know how to approach it. And we have a lot of fun, but I also know how to make use of all of my time. So another last topic is going to be, sometimes, especially younger generation people, they worry they're going to waste my time, and I'm like, actually, I love playing VF. If you play VF with me, I'm happy. No matter what skill level you are. If I'm free and we're playing VF, that makes me happy. But here's the thing, I always find ways to make it productive for me. I always find things I'm going to work on. That's how I improved a lot of the skills I have now. Playing you guys. And it's not like bullying you guys. It's like challenging myself to work on a lot of different skills and get really good at it. And you guys are giving me a lot to work with, but you guys beat me too sometimes. And then I have to reflect and think about it. And it's really good. It's helped me competitively. It's helped me, love the game even more than I do already. I'm the kind of person that when I go out of town to another city, I do try to find other VF players. If I know I have free time. I do try to find other VF players, and I've usually been able to find other VF players. And I have a great time, whether they were strong or whether they were developing, and the game is... that's also why I'm so convinced that this game is like the sandbox game of fighting games. It's like I always have something I get to play with and something different, and that's on me. I get to go, okay, let's try this other character. Let's try to win with this move. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's tinker with this, right? And, oh, I'm going to be fighting this person. Let me try this. Oh, this person's really strong. Let me prepare for that too. But I'm not going to be afraid once we go there. You know, I'm not going to be trying to set the stage for the perfect timing to fight them. I'm just going to bring whatever I bring because I'm not caring about the win as much as, well, I am trying to master the game in my own way. I am trying to get better. I just try to endlessly get better. It could be a little better or big better. It doesn't mean that it has to just be a win for me, though. I like wins. I like winning as much as anyone. I don't like losing either, but more than that, I like feeling my strength. And I like knowing that I'm getting better at different things. I like challenging myself to improve. And it's like this endless goal, and I know that. But that's what makes it fun, and that's what makes me feel like it's worth my time. Because I know that there's just so much more that I don't feel like I will never feel like I fully solved the game. I know some people feel that way. I never feel that way. I feel like there's so much more to explore. That's why this game is worth my time. That's why they keep playing it forever. Not because we're just beating down people with knowledge, because we still have more knowledge to gain, more skills to build. This game, it feels like that, you know, to me anyways, so, yeah. Anyways, thank you all so much, and I hope what I said made a lot of sense to you all. But if not, I hope it at least made you think something, you know, and make you wonder about it. Oh, Zekfrost, I'm really happy to hear that my tips came in handy at the salon. I'm so happy to hear that, and it's I'm glad that you've got. Look, you're in a good position. You got so many amazing players in Seattle. I'm happy that I can be a player from the region that can also help. But you're strong. You are really, really strong. You're very, very smart, and I'm really happy that you also. I know that you got Kon Raku there. You know, you got LD Wells there. You've got Cletus there. You've got a lot of good people. Actually, more than you know. But especially if Dark Nova comes too, you got Dark Nova, but he's busy. He's out of town right now. But that said, you got a lot of great resources around you. So I just hope you're having fun with BF as always. And I know you are, because when you and I play, I know that get to see how much fun you're having and how much you're processing. So awesome. And you're strong. You are very, very strong. So, yeah. I love this game for the love of the game. Yeah, 100%. Actually, I'll say, I think I said this last week, but Oyoran from Ohio, he did ask me, how do I do this? How do I play this game while I have a family and, still just enjoy playing it, right? Because I think he was more, competitive, wanting to win tournaments and stuff. And I do that, too. And I play tournaments, I win tournaments. I won a lot of tournaments last year. But, but he asked me about it, and I was like, this game is a lifestyle game. It's like chess, right? A chess player plays chess forever. Go player plays Go forever. Baseball fans watch and hopefully play forever, but generally they'll play a lot, and then they'll play softball if their body needs to go to softball. But they love baseball and they'll watch it, right? To me, VF is worthy of that. VF is a worthy game. This one especially. Final Showdown, I could play forever. This one I could play forever too. So it's a lifestyle game, and so my goals are a little different too. My goals are that I want to see how much I can push it because of the satisfaction I feel in my matches. When I fight Calamity, we have that sparkle in our eye, we have that feeling in our hearts. I know he feels what I feel in my heart when we're fighting. And we're challenging each other, and we know it, and we're like, what are you gonna do this time? What are you gonna do? Let me see what you done. Oh, this is what you got. Okay, that looks cool. Let's try this. And that's what's so fun about the game. The situations are dynamic. I can't just dial in the same response unless the opponent doesn't adjust. If the opponent doesn't adjust, then yes, I can keep playing the same way. That's the only way. Otherwise, if the opponent changes how they play, I gotta change how I play too. This game is very dynamic, and that's what's fun about it. That is what makes it unsettling for a lot of people, though. There are people where they've taken maybe their favorite game has been like how to do a really good script with a few detours, and maybe that's what they like. This game can be very rude awakening for that. Because the main thing you don't do in this game is be too predictable. When your opponent shows you they know how to punish whatever predictable thing you do. You can keep doing the predictable thing is if they don't know how to punish it. But I gotta tell you, almost everything in this game is punishable in some way. That's part of the beauty of it, actually. But that takes a lot of skill to get there. But here's the funny thing about that. When you start applying the skill that's trying to punish these punishable, even these hard to punish things, you end up playing in a way that leaves you vulnerable in another way. Because in this game, everything has got a weakness to it. Everything's got multiple weaknesses to it in this game. So that's why you can't just do the same thing over and over. You can go through a loop. And if your opponent has trouble adjusting, yes, you can loop them. But the only way you get away with doing the same thing over and over is it's just that your opponent hasn't figured out how to neutralize it to make it not worth it, or how to actually punish it. But if they punish it, you better move off that pretty quick. So that's what I love about this game. You know, it doesn't feel like the same old. Even though I play with like an old friend and rival, it does not feel like the same old at all. It doesn't feel like that much. Like some parts are going to be repeated, but overall it feels very fresh every time. So that's my experience. That's why I have full conviction for this game. That's why I love it. That's why I think that's why it is my favorite game. I might say something like, I think Go is maybe the greatest board game ever made, and I love designer board games, by the way, for the record. I'm a huge fan of designer board games. But Virtua Fighter for me is definitely my favorite game I played and worthy of my time, because I just keep having fun no matter who I play with it, you know. Now with people that are developing and newer, I want to help them get stronger but more than that, I want them to have fun playing VF. Now, sometimes it's tough because a lot of times their goal might be to be competitive. But if they told me I just want to have fun playing VF, it's like, let's do it. I'll play crazy VF and we'll have fun with that too. You know what I mean? If they told me that, right? If they tell me that they really need that win, or their goals are more competitive oriented, then yes, we go through the drills, we go through that, and I show them, you know, and I'll play more, like, I'll play serious VF to get them trained on it. And if I see something they're weak to, I might harp on it because I'm like, let's do this until you get it. But sometimes they'll need a break, and I'll respect the break because each person's got their process. But to me, this game is enough of an activity where, yeah, it's like I can play it as a neighborhood sport, as a weekend warrior sport, as an actual sport. I feel so fortunate that I can play it at all those levels and have fun. So Zach said I took the two lines to the salon and it was awesome. That sounds awesome. So it sounds awesome to have like mass transit go to your favorite local.
Round one. Ready?
Oh, Zach Frost, thanks so much for your time and your kind words. You've been very kind to me, so I really, really appreciate it. And Brickster, happy to give a good pep talk. Yeah. I have, yes. So Lesbian Island Iverson says, I feel like I've heard you specifically compare VF to Go. Yes. Well, I've compared Virtua Fighter to Go, and I've compared Tekken to chess, and I like both games. I do prefer Go. But that's not the reason I make the comparison. I make it because I think in Tekken, the knowledge factor traditionally has been so strong in that game. Do you know the answer? Do you know this answer? Do you know this answer? Now, I talked about VF like that, but VF, it's more of a systemic answer, and it's more of like goes like, you don't want to overplay. You kind of like you can do different stuff, but you can take aggressive approaches and go, but you can take passive approaches. But ultimately, you know, there's just, it's incredibly dynamic. Chess narrows down because you're removing pieces, because that game you do want to remove pieces. In Go, you want to establish territory, and so here's the thing with establishing territory. If your opponent puts a place out here, if it's overreach, then you want to cut it so that you can divide it so he has a hard time living in that space. But there's a flexibility to it. How ambitious am I? Do I think I can live if I stretch far? But if I overstretch, there's a problem. And then I go back, and there's this like, I'm going to pick a battle here, he picks a battle here, I pick a battle here, good here. Eventually they cross and they integrate. But there's this dynamic process that, for me, Virtua Fighter feels fluid in this way, in its play. Whereas when I play chess, there's this, like, it is like going off, at first it's like a tree, but it really narrows down. And the deeper you go, the narrower the paths are. And that deep knowledge becomes like this factor, you know. That's how it feels to me, anyways. It might not be a good analogy, but that's the way I see it. Whenever I see like what's kind of strong in Tekken or how people are playing, at least on a learning level. But I'm not a high-level Tekken player at all. That game's definitely not my main, but I do like the series a lot, and I do like playing it quite a bit. But it feels strongly that first, and then I respect that there's a deep guessing game. Once the two opponents have earned each other's respect, now they're playing in the headspace. Now they're using donkey space options, you know. So yeah, but you know, that said, chess is like a battle, and Go is like a campaign, full theater of war. So. But yeah, it's the systemic answers, yeah. VF has a lot of systemic answers and slight hacks to the system, right? Like we talked about earlier, Lesbian Allen Iverson, you brought up that the template nature of VF, that you kind of sense the way that these, because every fighting system has a jab, every fighting system has a straight or elbow equivalent. Everyone has like kind of like a knee equivalent or a side kick that functions in a similar way, right? A lot of these things that are kind of standard moves, but different expressions of those standard moves, and then VF tweaks with the numbers a little bit up and down, what they're good at, what they're not. The EX highs, if it's very similar to a mid, well, the mid will probably be more powerful and could launch a normal hit, but the EX high might be a counter hit launcher. And at the same time, it's got the weakness of being, it's allowed to be faster than the same type of mid. Why? Because an EX high has the weakness of, like, if the opponent crouched and did nothing, it'll whiff. But against the mid, that's not the same, right? So VF has this very strong, like, templating in Final Showdown. It's very strong. And of course, Revo World Stage continues that, but the strong template nature allows you to have an intuitive sense of what the moves they're doing, like what are they doing based on the type of attacks they're using, what is their approach, and what can I do as a master martial artist? You know, what is the systemic answer I can find even though their style's different from mine, right? So, yeah. Systemic answers. Yeah. Hey, Arcade Ghost, always good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing great. I am going to call tonight, but let's go find someone to raid. But it's really great to have you all. Thank you all very much for hearing me out. I've already got people that have clocked out, so that's good. I love chatting too much, but it's fun. Alright, have a good night, FC Racer, and thank you so much. My pleasure, Sisha. Thank you so much. Let's see. We do have quite a few people streaming Virtua Fighter right now. Well, I saw somebody switch off that, but let me see here. Okay, looks like there's a Korean player. I cannot tell these games. I think this is Fortnite, but I don't really know if it is Fortnite. No, it's not. It's Marvel. Okay. Alright, it's Marvel. Is it? When people use mods, I can't tell what game they're playing. I think they're using a mod. But no, but it's not Virtua Fighter. It was Virtua Fighter. Let's see. Alright, let's check other people here.
Round one. Ready, go!
Have a good night, Zekfrost. Thanks so much. And thank you, Merkster. Thanks so much, too. Have a good night.
Round two. Ready, go!
Tuesday nights, you know. Tuesday night's usually a calm night, so that's what it is. Monte Cristo is doing Legends of the Round Table. Huh.
Round three. Ready, go!
The names of the Tekken streams have been very interesting tonight. So, that's all I'll say. The Tekken 8 streams have very interesting names. Man, if anyone knows of a good Slay the Spire 2 stream, that would be pretty cool. The Odd One I haven't watched the Odd One in forever. Should I? So, Slay the Spire is one of my favorite games also. And actually, one of the designers of Slay the Spire is a friend of a friend. And so I'm proud of that. But it's a person who was very known in the Netrunner community. And so I think they were both, you know, he was inspired by, I'm pretty sure he was inspired by Dream Quest, which was an awesome game. But Slay the Spire is quite amazing. I love it, and I'm glad that my son got hooked on it during this China trip. Because he watched another friend play it, and now he's hooked on it. And I don't know if he would have gotten hooked watching me play it. I'm happy he got hooked watching his friend play it. But because Slay the Spire is an amazing game, and I do want to play Slay the Spire too. Anyways, we're going to raid the Odd One. Because, well, I haven't seen them in a long time. But Slay the Spire 2 is awesome. But I do want to encourage you to play more VF. But Slay the Spire 2 is really cool. So here we go. We're going to start a raid up for watching the Odd One play Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire is a genius game. It is so well designed, so well tuned. So I'm hoping Slay the Spire 2 is even more so, but it sounds like it is from what I've heard. So yeah. Everyone enjoy. I'll talk to you later.